Hey, Cubby.
Hey, TJ.
Boo!
Ah!
It's the Tournament of Terror! Presented by Chili Mountain and Xtrike-Me. My name's TJ, joined by Cubby today. I had a problem yesterday. You may have heard it a few times. I was talking to our good friend Frank Peng, Nightstar, and I kept calling him Matt because, of course, I normally cast with Matt and Iberia Clendaniel. So my solution was I fired him, and I'm only going to cast with people named Matt from now on. Matt Cubby Samuelson, how are you doing?
I'm doing outstanding, TJ, and really just blessed that my parents decided to name me Matt so I could get this casting gig right off the bat. No other reason.
They were thinking ahead, and I appreciate that. We're into
I appreciate that as well.
Stacked day of games. We're going to start things off in the semi-finals, bring you all the way through to our grand finals, which is a best of 3. I believe our first match in a moment will be Wolfpack Esports versus Bean Destroyers, but I think we're still setting up that lobby, so it'll take a moment.
I gotta say, this Yeti, like, kind of going across the screen, really brings together the whole Tournament of Terror thing.
Yeah.
The fact that he's, like, I can only imagine how the audience feels, you know, being chased around by this Yeti.
That's a man who's in terror. I appreciate that. We were talking about it a lot yesterday, me and Frank, because we were trying to, like, unpack the whole overlays and stuff.
Oh, okay.
And we eventually decided that it was definitely the pre-game because all the people in that audience are looking in different directions.
That's true.
Welcome to the draft. Wolfpack are over on the blue side, Beam Destroyers taking up the red. And it's been a while since I've seen a prodraft.com, but we're here, Cubby.
It's good to be back. It's always a pleasure to be back in this fantastic website where, you know,
so it's
they
a
use
Riot
so much tech.
website, right?
Is it really? I don't know or believe so, but
So
I mean, it's very helpful.
My understanding is that Riot published, and it's just this, it's the internal tool they use, but they've let anyone use it. But
Well,
I could
their
be really
tournament realm, is very different.
Yeah.
Like the draft on that, it's like actually the LCS formatting, and so they just have to like throw a mini overlay on it.
That's cool. Anyway, the reason why there is a Darius ban there is because I believe one BMD is on the Beam Destroyers.
Yes. Member that we're very familiar with from SGC. He played for Simplicity Esports, formerly Full Spectrum. And, well, Darius is in his name because he is a bad man on the Darius. So nice for him to not have that one on the board. And with all these jungle bans going through, looks like we're going to have a first pick Graves, TJ.
I'm waiting for it to get dodged, flicked away, but we didn't get it. You know, I had a brainwave the other day. I was playing Valorant, and I was like, man, Brimstone was just Graves, wasn't he?
That's actually very true.
At some point in development, they were the same character. Because he's got smokes, he's got the old man thing going. I'm just saying. Definitely,
I think someone... Yeah.
At some point in development, they were the same thing.
I think someone in development over at Valorant was like, hey, remember when Graves like didn't have to reload a shotgun and he had the smoothest auto attack animation in League of Legends? Well, let's just put him in Valorant where he gets a smooth auto attack animation again. And, you know, he's got the guns now.
Similar
he's
to
back.
my Brimstone play, though. He is absolutely lethal. Graves currently scaling very powerfully into the late game. We get a GP as well, presumably to counter BMD's love of the tanks up top. Down in the bot lane, it looks like we may have already selected our entire bot lane for the Beam Destroyers, as they are both Senna and Pantheon locked in. And I wouldn't pick Ashe into a Senna Pantheon lane, but I don't know. Maybe they're made of sterner stuff than me.
I would like to see a Tom Kench ban actually come out here, because TK would give Ashe a lot of protection from the Senna Pantheon. And keep in mind that I agree with you that most likely we're going to see that Pantheon at support, but still the very small possibility for a flex. And same with Lucian as well, especially into the Gangplank. Has a very good matchup in that top lane. I know a lot of people think that Gangplank can actually win that matchup, but it's really tough to get those barrels off against the double shot.
Holding our top draft 4 counter pick here for Beam Destroyers, which definitely shows what side of the map they're playing through. So I appreciate that. Our bans are focused towards the top and middle of the map, respectively, with Wolfpack Esports getting rid of the Vladimir and the Akali being removed by the Beam Destroyers.
Yeah, the Vlad ban tells me that Firefly is very much assuming that the Lucian is mid, because Vladimir, being that AP option in the top lane to kind of balance out the AD in the mid lane, also has a very good matchup in the Gangplank. So just ensuring they get rid of that. And I still want to see the Tom Kench ban hit the table, but looks like they're not scared of the TK coming through. Very good possibility at support for Firefly. Also,
So,
a Leona, a True, too, to match the roaming of Pantheon,
but
potentially.
I just don't see a world in which this Ashe doesn't get bullied in lane by Pantheon, unless they do block in
Yeah.
the Tom Kench.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you. Pantheon is very, very strong in the first 5 levels of the game, not only in the bot lane, but also the roam potential.
And for Ashe, before level 6, she doesn't have any way to stop the Pantheon from eating her alive. So,
yes,
even though Ashe definitely beats Senna in those early game trades, the Pantheon can get the job done by himself. So, and that makes it a perfect bot lane because the Pantheon will boost the Senna, get those early souls for the Senna by repeatedly engaging, and then right as the Pantheon starts to quite drastically fall off, you've hit the mid game a little bit early for Senna.
Oh,
and she's able to demolish people. You're excited
TJ?
about our Scarecrow?
That's a Fiddlesticks.
In the jungle.
I'm excited to see this. I love Fiddlesticks. My jungler actually has a very soft spot in his heart for Fiddlesticks as well. I think it's a pick that can work right now, and it really puts the pressure on this Graves to try and bully the Fiddlesticks around early, because if this Fiddlesticks is able to scale and gets off those Crow Storms from the Fog of War, he is deadly.
I'm a gigantic fan of the Fiddlesticks. I was looking at his results on ladder, and he's actually above 60% win rate in like 3 positions.
Yeah, he's really strong.
And nobody's picking him up in competitive play. So I've been waiting for that to change.
Yeah, so he struggles in a few matchups, and he can lose out on pacing. But against the Graves, Graves doesn't get magic resist from Grit. He only gets armor. And if you are able to get through your first clear, it actually feels really good on Fiddlesticks for the rest of the game. And it really is going to make Cleanse an important, summoner spell to take here for Firefly, especially on that Ashe, because you need it to dodge out on the Pantheon stun as point and click. The Fear from Fiddlesticks is still point and click as well. So would it be surprised if we see Ashe take Cleanse? And oh my gosh, it's a lane fiddle, as we have Nidalee locked in now in the jungle.
Is that
Bean
top
Destroyers.
Fiddlesticks?
It could be mid Fiddlesticks as well.
Not into Zoe.
So he can kind of tank the damage if he goes Spirit Visage.
Really?
Yeah, it's an option. I'm really curious to see how they are able to play this one out, though. I think it's going to be top fiddle because you just put Gangplank under his turret for the first 9 levels of the game. But I love that this draft from Bean Destroyers is so crazy that we're not even talking about the Gragas support. We just ignored it. Yeah,
I was putting a pin in that because Gragas support isn't the wildest thing in the world. The Koreans have done it for a while.
Yeah.
And it gives, I think, a match to Pantheon. The one worry is it doesn't really protect the Ashe. It adds another stun to lane, but it doesn't keep the Ashe safe, which is what we were really looking for.
Yeah, and you have the potential to, cancel that stun coming out from Pantheon if you time your body slam really well, but that's not the easiest thing to do in the world. I think what they're going to really use it for is the displacement later in the game, but it's going to be tricky, right? Because if you throw out that barrel at the wrong time, you could knock a Fiddlesticks Crowstorm into the rest of your team. So really going to be a lot of pressure on that support to try and use that cask really smart, because if he doesn't, he could kind of be inting the rest of his team. But we'll have to see how they play that one out.
Wolfpack esports scale into devastatingly hard. If they get past the 30-minute mark, they, I think, win by default. But getting there is going to be very, very difficult.
Yes. It's not going to be easy, but it...
Oh no, I have some heartbreaking news.
Oh no.
That
Wait,
Fiddlesticks that you were so excited about, it's apparently a Nunu.
I think one of them is Nunu. If Fiddlesticks or Nidalee is Nunu,
I'm being told by players in Twitch chat it's the Fiddlesticks.
Oh no.
Which would mean we're getting Lucian top, Nunu mid.
Oh, okay. I'm still kind of hyped about Nunu mid. I'm fine with that.
Well, Nunu mid isn't like groundbreaking, no. People have been doing it in solo queue for ages now.
Yeah, I feel like we need like better Matt to hop in here and drop his Nunu memes where he had 5 Fire and APA's face on there. Remember that one from SGC?
Yeah, he kind of called that, didn't he?
Oh no, because it was really big when Nunu's like first got changed on the solo queue ladder. Like you just would run Predator and you hard shove the lane, and then you just Predator snowball gank a side lane, and it was deadly. Even Faker was playing a lot of it.
Our good friend Matt Nobira Clendaniel, right around the time it was changed, was like, hold up, I think you could run Nunu mid. And he like did a whole bunch of research, and he made some Twitter shit post about it. And he was
poop posting a lot. Yeah. I mean, I'm really curious to see how it works out, because if this Nunu is able to get out of lane with the Pantheon, I mean, Beam Destroyers could just be running through Firefly in the first 10-15 minutes of this game. I mean, they have priority in all 3 lanes with an Italy. It's not going to be easy for Firefly to get through this one.
If they start strong, if they get the snowball rolling, I agree with you. But they are very... Nice. It was a pun, because they have a Nunu. But they are very dependent on that. If they don't win the early game, dominate the mid game, Wolfpack just scale into a late game that is unmatchable, right? GP, Graves, Ashe, like what? Also Zoe. Like, what do you do about that? Also, the Gragas comes online as a support in late game and just becomes terrifying.
Yeah, so the one thing that I do really like from the Beam Destroyers comp is they still have a little bit of insurance in that center, right? Because yes, Ashe scales relatively well, but against all of this engage and point-and-click stun, she's going to really struggle to be laying down the damage. She has to play really far back. And Senna, as she gets those souls, she scales really nicely throughout the rest of the game, and is honestly going to be really good artillery support coming through for this Pantheon, for this Nunu who want to, go in, get involved, and snowball things early. I also really like it. It
is again dependent on them winning early, because if that Nunu, if that Pantheon fall behind, then the Senna with almost no mobility simply has no frontline.
Yeah.
And that's a very bad place to be as a Senna.
Yeah, this might be one of those games where we kind of figure out how it's going 15 minutes in. Like who wins or loses.
I think that'll be a good check. You've been like coaching recently, haven't you? So you're like an extra expert. You're super in tune on the meta. Tell me about that.
So I got brought back in to coach by Miami University of Ohio. I co-founded the program in 2016, graduated in 18, and they needed a league coach and asked me. So I've been coaching that team. And I gotta say, our read on the meta is not what these guys have this game, but it's interesting, and I like it a lot. It's very fast. And I think that playing fast right now, if you're able to do it cleanly, is the way to do it. But if you slip up and give up some shutdowns, it can be really easily punished. So,
what are you playing in?
Pull it up. What or what?
What tournaments are you playing in?
We were playing in Upsurge Contenders League, so the one below UPL. We're the first seeded in the finals of One Life to play. And then we just got knocked into the lower bracket for the fall C-Law tournament. We're the 3rd seed in the MAC. And we took game 1 against Buffalo and then dropped the next 2, who are the 2 seed, and actually a pretty good team. And also the 1 seed of the MAC is coached by our good friend Casey, Cat Coach.
Ooh.
Yeah, so the Northeastern Huskies are going to be a tough team for us to beat as well. But that's kind of where we are. But we play a lot slower than what these guys are going to be doing this game.
I just find it really interesting because you have that perspective as a collegiate coach, and I struggle with what collegiate is in North America.
Yeah.
So now that I know somebody who's on the inside, who's gotten in, and I don't know, I just want to know what it's at, how seriously the programs are taking it.
It depends program to program, right? It kind of depends on how much the universities buy in and how much the programs can convince their universities to buy in. That's something that Miami has historically struggled with as a bigger school. I think for the reason that we see really successful programs at smaller schools, because there's a few less people and they have a few less things on their mind, and so they're able to convince them to go all out on an esports program, and they do it right. It can be really strong, whereas we've had to go through red tape like every step of the way. it took us 6 months to get jerseys because we had to go through the Adidas sponsorship, which made crap jerseys, and then we had to, convince the school that like, hey, these jerseys are better, and not, even though it's not against Adidas, like we don't fall under athletics, and it's like just one of many examples of how like we get stunted a lot.
Wait, are you
our
allowed
growth.
to talk bad about Adidas? Are you gonna be?
Yeah, technically, because we don't fall under athletics, so we aren't technically sponsored by them, even though
Okay.
Miami is. Yeah. So
Don't fall under athletics, esports. That kind of sums it all up. I remember I did the high school tournament for Play
yeah.
Versus. And I remember
Yeah.
one of the big talking points they were pushing us to talk about was that esports was way cheaper than other sports for high schools, and I assume that's, doubly true at the collegiate level. Just because you don't need to invest so much in the equipment, in the playing field, etc.
travel.
Travel as well, yeah.
Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah, it's really wild to see like where it falls, because for D1 schools it can't go under athletics because then you get Title IX involved, and that's where things get really kind of touchy, because what Title IX says is it has to be your sports like representation has to be within plus or minus 1% of the student body. So like if your school is 55% female, your like the percentage of females that like compete in sports have to be either like 56 or 54% or 55. And obviously esports is still pretty male based. And so
though
it
that
just
is one of
yeah.
the big things
And
about Play Versus, this high school tournament, was that they had a whole bunch of women playing, or girls.
that's which is awesome.
Yeah. So
yeah.
that's gonna change, I think, especially with student athletes in the
Yes.
next generation or so.
Yes, I very much hope so, and hope those barriers start to fall. And we've
And
always
then
had women
We
involved in
could
our program. It's
technically
great.
be athletics. Then
Yes.
that's all it takes.
55% or whatever your school
Get in
population is.
And that circles back. Hey, by the way, we're chatting about esports because the lobby timed out, so they're remaking the lobby and sorting it all out. That goes full circle to something that's been in the conversation a lot recently, especially with Worlds this year, where North America didn't do great.
Really?
By
That's
which
a hot
I mean,
take right there, TJ.
didn't get out of groups, and our #1 seed didn't win a single game.
Wow.
And there's been this whole conversation for a long time about how much NA sucks. And I'm a fairly recent transplant to North America, so I feel like I've stumbled in halfway through the debate. But it's always been very obvious to me over the last year or so that there are incredibly talented players in the system who aren't being given a fair shake, who would be in a European system. Like the #1 player on the ladder for like multiple seasons has been Palafox, who is an absolutely nuts mid laner, who is tearing up Academy and has been stuck on C9 Academy for like 2 years now.
Which, I mean, to be fair, C9 Academy is better than some of the LCS teams we've had.
Well, exactly.
Yeah.
Why isn't he playing at Worlds? Like, what?
No, that's a good point.
Why is there the disconnect between the the teams that we're sending into pro and the best players on our server? Because
I think
there isn't that disconnect in most other regions.
Yeah, and that was one of the really interesting things on the project that we both worked on with Challengers Uprising, right? The fact that like they were trying to kind of put more, like, not only run a league, which obviously like a lot of leagues are run, but they really had the goal of like putting more of a spotlight on these guys and like trying to sell them. And you got to interview Fire, who's like also one of the very talented players we have in North America.
Doesn't take up an import slot.
He's somehow not on the Academy roster. I don't know. I really hope that changes in the next few months.
Fire went to Academy, dominated.
As an emergency sub, too.
As an emergency sub. They pulled him in as an emergency sub because they tried to import Gyu, who is good also, by the way.
He's very good, yeah.
They tried to import him and couldn't due to visa issues, so they bring in Fire. Fire spends 2 months tearing up Academy, and then they get Gyu, and they're like, well, I guess we have to drop you, and nobody else picks him up after getting destroyed by him for half a season.
That blew my mind. Yeah.
So, anyway, we have this like major disconnect, and I think one of the big things that has encouraged me is that there are a lot of really good players starting to come through the collegiate and high school systems.
Yeah, and I mean, one of them we might see later today too in Asilian. Notably a 16-year-old, very talented AD carry, who, you know, has nothing but high hopes and potential as he comes on through. It was great too to see like Twitch rivals really give more of a spotlight to players like General Sniper and Griffin, who are insane young talents as well. Like those kids are 14 and they're really high up on the challenger ladder. I mean, these are the players like we need to be developing and encouraging, and also need competitive experience, because like Twitch rivals is great and fun and all, but like it's not the most competitive experience you're gonna get, right? Like we need to get these guys in more tournaments, more weekend tournaments, and put a spotlight on them too. Start building up their brands early.
I'm gonna issue a hot take. I think Academy being franchised is a major problem.
Oh, I 100% agree with you. That's one of the beauties of EU Masters, is that it kind of breaks down those walls, because yes, like you have all these regional leagues running over there and you have to earn your spot to get there, but you know, we have you know, the B teams of, you know, teams like Mad Lions or Origin that earn their spot there, competing against just small organizations like what we have in NA, like the new esports, like the Supernovas, right?
Yeah.
If you're good enough, you were able to qualify. It breaks down those walls. You can really see how your team stacks up. And the dirty secret that we have right now is that no one really gets scrims against Academy. It's very rare. And also, like, I think looking at a lot of those teams towards the top that we had in SGC, I thought a lot of them could actually play well against Academy teams and take games off them.
I mean, you had the whole Immortals situation where the Immortals Academy team wasn't even that good in the league, right? They were like 6th or something. And they got swapped into the LCS and they did fine. They were pretty good.
Yeah, that
and
too.
That raises the question, what happens if you take like literally the whole roster of a C9 of a TSM Academy that's at the top? What happens if you just transplant that whole roster into LCS? And my suspicion is they would do really well.
There have been past versions of C9 Academy. It wasn't from this year, but I think it was like last year in spring, or it was like the Golden Glue version of it, where they were like, yeah, C9 Academy is like if they would have played in like LCS, they would have been like a top. It would have been like they would have made playoffs. It's like kind of what like I was hearing from a lot of the coaches, and just kind of like how they were playing in scrims. I think a couple of them like said it in interviews as well, but. Yeah, I mean, we need to start developing talent in NA, and it kind of starts at the ground up. And hey, whether that's weekend tournaments like this or well-run leagues like you know, like what we experienced over at Challenges Uprising, and building up those player brands and giving them a chance to compete at a really high level, it starts here. And we got to be doing more of this and kind of get over the excuses of, hey, we have 60 ping, hey, we have, you know, 1/4 of the players on the servers compared to Korea. It doesn't matter, right? It starts with development and coaching.
You know, in China, they have something called the Demacia Cup. I see we've made the lobby again.
Oh, huge fan.
They have something called the Demacia Cup, where they take the teams from, they take some of the top teams, some of the worst teams from the LPL, and they throw them in a tournament with the best teams from basically their academy league. And some of the student teams from basically the equivalent of the CLOL League. And they throw them all in a tournament together. And surprise, surprise, the LPL teams normally dominate. But every now and then the LDL, which is their Academy League teams, do really surprisingly well. And those players get snapped up really quickly. So I think that's actually the solution. Kill Scouting Grounds. Give us a once-a-year tournament. I've advocated for this before. I've wrote an article about it. Give us a once-a-year tournament where we take like the worst teams in the LCS, the best teams in Academy, and the best teams in SGC, and throw them all in a tournament together. Yeah,
and I think that'd be a platform where like a lot of people would watch, and hopefully people would understand that like if an LCS team drops, it's okay. Like it's a good thing. Like if one of these teams were to take games off an LCS team, right? And something that made me really happy too is...
It's a good thing if the players that beat the LCS team then get hired.
Yeah, that too. Actually, speaking of that, something that made me really happy this past week is Zoo and Corky opened up Like they put out a tweet like, hey, if anyone from the LCS in this downtime wants to sit in on our collegiate team's practice, go ahead. Which, I mean, Maryville has 2 of the best teams in collegiate, which is hilarious to say, but their A team is the best team in collegiate. Their B team is freakishly good as well.
Finals.
Yeah, exactly.
The finals of collegiate tournaments are Maryville versus Maryville.
Yeah, and the fact that some of the coaches were going in there, and I didn't hear this from any of the coaches, but like from Corky and Zoo, some of the coaches were really impressed, which I'm not surprised, knowing the talent and the caliber of the players they have there. I mean, that's where it starts, right? And Maryville is obviously a fantastic program, and it's good that people are going to grab more people out of collegiate. I think Tomo was picked up by C9 off of Harrisburg, who, at first split in academy, I think he did just fine, but that's good. Like, he's going to start developing. And the fact that, Maryville is taking in players that are young, like Spirax and Dinka, and get to...
Isn't Puma a Maryville veteran?
I'm not as sure about that.
One of the players on that team is a collegiate veteran. All right, we should redirect. We've had a great podcast, but I do believe we are headed towards the game. You have just seen the in-game draft locked in, and we have seen this draft before. Obviously, we got the confirmation that the Nunu is the mid laner.
Yeah. I'm a little salty with no fiddlesticks. I'm be honest, but a Nunu mid still somewhat satisfies my need for cheese.
Poom was 100 Thieves next. I'm getting corrected. All right, hold up.
Yes.
I'm gonna check my notes. Poom was 100 Thieves next. I remember that because I was there when he got promoted. But there was a player in that team, I believe, because I was prepping for Harrisburg for their tournament. Yes, Poom was a Harrisburg player before he was 100 next.
Huh. Interesting.
He played on Houston.
I didn't know that. I did not know that. Yeah, it's good they're pulling players out of collegiate. I think there are a lot of talented players down there. I mean, we're scrimming against pretty solid teams, every day of the week. And I don't think any one of our scrims is going pro immediately, but it's still talent developing, right?
Yeah. And that's going to be the test, I think. It's something I'm really looking forward to in this off-season is what players do we see promoted? Because I got to cast collegiate, I got to cast amateur this year, and there are genuinely stellar players in both those systems. Yeah. And the promise of collegiate is that it's a little bit more organized. You get a little bit more of a professional environment for those players. So even though the level of play isn't quite there yet, it's definitely going to be, looking at what's in the high school system and the amateur system. So collegiate could become the feeding trough. Right now it is SGC, where genuinely some of the best players in America are playing.
Yeah.
And so
I'm really excited for SGC.
The combination of who gets pulled out of SGC into Academy and who gets pulled from Academy into Professional is what I'm looking for in this offseason.
Yeah, I'm really excited for the top 4 because obviously we both got to cast a lot of those players throughout the past season. And we both know there are some really talented players going in SGC this year.
I was casting Academy, right? And watching some of those Academy games and just being like, this is better than the LCS game that's on after. I am going to watch this game on broadcast and then I'm going to watch the LCS game. And this is a higher quality game. The players are making better decisions. I don't know.
It's very true. Yeah.
North America. Am I right? Proud American esports.
We're figuring it out.
We do have a game, though, so let's redirect to that, as I believe we are in the last couple of minutes of spectator delay. We kind of set it up. Wolfpack, playing through that Graves, have a very, very good scaling composition. If they hit late game, they're set. The snowball, somewhat literally, on the opposite side is terrifying, and Beam Destroyers are looking to get rolling fast.
Yeah, all eyes are going to be on Mark Boots taking that Nunu and the Pantheon, seeing if he can get around the map as well, whether it's freeing up the Nunu or, pulling off these crazy cheese ganks early. They have a lot of potential to get around the map fast, and they have to do that if they want to take this game.
I'm always excited when I see a draft like that, though, because it is all about the roams during the first 10 minutes. It's going to be, where does
Yes.
the Nunu go? How does the Pantheon back up that Nunu roam? And they have a 3-man terrifying roam gank squad, right? Pantheon, Nunu, and Nidalee can just all be anywhere on the map simultaneously very fast. So
Yeah.
if we get those early ganks, I would suggest over to the top side looking at what is going on their map, but they could also definitely try and believe the Ash. This could be a very explosive early game.
Yeah, and the one thing I really like with that Nidalee last pick is that they have so many abilities that can chain into a spear from Nidalee, right? Like that snowball, the stun coming out from Pantheon, the root coming out from Senna. They just land one of these skill shots. In Pantheon's case, good old point and click. They can chain that with a spear, get a lot of damage down, and especially in this early game, net an early kill.
Here we go. It has been a while. I hope you enjoyed the podcast. We are now done with our podcast, though, because we have a League of Legends cast.
League of Legends cast, indeed. And TJ, we talked about the red side team getting rolling early. What about a level 1 to, really get the party started? Look at this timing.
Beam Destroyers on the red, of course, Wolfpack in blue. Ooh. And the level 1 from Beam Destroyers does not find anything other than a ward. I saw that snowball get rolling, and I was very worried briefly, for I believe that was modified to got a little bit of snow on him, but managed to stay ahead of it, and nothing comes from the aggression.
I will say, so Mark Boots playing this new mid, we actually went up against him in UCL. Their team, Mad City, I believe, won UCL the previous split. Very talented mid laner to be playing in this, so another person to keep your eye out for, especially on this pick. It's going to be getting out of lane early and often, as Nunu, as we've laid out, he's got to make something happen. He's got to get things rolling.
When we watched Wolfpack yesterday, it was Raheen who blew our minds. He was on the Caitlyn and just was like 7-0 by the 5-minute mark. They do obviously have stiffer competition, though, with many players that we recognize from the collegiate and amateur scene. This game on Beam Destroyers, though, it'll be interesting to see how much of a repeat act is able to put together.
Yeah, you can already see the early priority coming out from Mark Boots. He's able to get that mid lane shove in, drop a ward on the Raptor camp, help Nidalee track Graves, and TJ, I guess it's the podcast that never ends.
So how's golf?
Oh, God. I don't want to put these guys to sleep. I mean...
What's up with golf?
What's up with golf? I mean, it's a great sport.
You, play golf regularly, though, right?
I do. I used to be a 4 handicap, which means I usually would shoot 4 over, which...
That didn't actually explain anything. You said I used to be a 4 handicap, which means I would shoot 4 over, and neither of those mean anything to me.
Well, the handicap, you plug all your scores in, and it gives you a number.
Okay.
But thankfully, we don't have to talk about this because I don't want to put too many people to sleep.
I didn't really want to learn about golf, so we're
back to the action.
I was like, Cubby.
We're gonna pick a different topic next time we have to podcast. I'm gonna make a TJ focused topic.
If we get another pause, I'm gonna sit down and say, "So what's up with golf?"
Viewers drop by 20.
Back into the game, whatever that tech issue was, it has been resolved. And again, the onus for this early game is on Beam Destroyers in the red. They need to make something happen within this first 10-15 minutes phase. If we get past that, Raheen and co will come online to a degree that doesn't necessarily end the game, but certainly puts them in the lead.
Yeah, so something I actually really want to see out of Beam Destroyers is I want to see them start to bounce these waves, right? Because if the waves start coming into them, and they can try and freeze it or put the enemy side lanes in a tough position to farm, it really opens up things for the Nunu, right? With every lane shoved in right now, Nunu can't, he can go around, get vision, try and track the Graves, but he doesn't have any lane he can really target. So I want to see him try and bounce these waves so they can get this Nunu some space to open up, roll that snowball into one of the side lanes.
He has been taking a couple traps, poking around with the idea of roaming, but it's all been for vision. Our first attempted gank is up here in the top lane, where Modify needs a spear. This gets dangerous very fast. But we're watching down bottom, where Mice and the Meek is getting pushed back. He's set up well for Stain, but the root doesn't land. And now Stain off the rotate is in trouble. Up top in the meantime, Modified will be poked down. First blood over to Beam Destroyers. And they stay safe from the aggression down bottom.
Yeah, good look from the Beam Destroyers. They deny a pretty big wave against that Gangplank, and even force him to itemize into a Dorn Shield. It's going to set everything else he has behind as he's just looking to survive the poke and all the damage coming out from the Lucian. And in fact, they denied the play on the opposite side of the map. They get ahead early. And a nice lead for this Lucian, which lead given to BMD, he is usually able to cash these in on the side lane.
I remember I was casting ESL Collegiate, and BMD was playing Darius and got ahead and just got like 16 kills.
Yeah. Yeah, if you don't have a good top laner in Collegiate and you're going up against BMD, he's going to make your life very difficult. I think a lot of our praise for BMD also throughout the SGC season was actually his laning, right? We always thought that BMD was a fantastic laner, really good in the 1v1, and the place that he could up his play most was actually his teleport play and his team play when he was put on picks like Ornn. Giving him the Lucian in a very favorable matchup should really set things up for BMD to, you know, have that lane kingdom in the top side of the map.
We'll see whether or not they can double down, but we've certainly already seen the early priority on that, with the early roam coming out from the Nidalee, whose name I am not going to attempt to read. So, Cubby, I'm leaving that to you.
All right, give me 5, TJ. We'll put a pin in that. Yeah, and not like the American pin, like the British pin, where like we actually come back to it. That's
table you're thinking of, but I appreciate that you do remember the difference. Hold up, I'm actually setting a timer right
Here we
now.
go.
Meantime, there's a fight down bottom. Meek in
Zoe.
trouble. Will be backing away, but there's no way out of this, and Blaze actually flashes forward to keep chasing. And just as we're talking up BMD in the top side, we get an inkling of what went so right for Wolfpack yesterday in Raheen's AD carry play. He's got a first blood for his team.
Yeah, great response coming out from the team. You could see the Graves was already there to answer that play. A quick teleport coming in from Zoe as well to give them the numbers advantage, and Noonan wasn't able to get out of lane, so they're able to cash that one in, get some gold over to their AD carry, and this is exactly what they want to do, right? Counter these early plays, try and get into the 15-minute mark on even footing, and if they're able to prevent picks, they're going to be in a really good shape for the rest of this one.
So, this was the win condition, right? Get Raheen out. Can't turn fast enough. His tires are too wide, Cubby. And Mark Foods is in trouble. Blaze with the paddle star, dodged by a flash. I don't know if that was strictly necessary. Mark
he could have used his ultimate for the shield.
He was basically burning a summoner spell to make sure he could stay in lane. Down bottom, we're going to see continued poke. This is the best attempt from Beam Destroyers to punish Raheen. And it's not going well. Here comes the attempted flank from the Nidalee, but nothing found.
Yeah, and the timing is just a little bit off for Beam Destroyers, right? They're trying to attack these lanes when the lanes are already shoved in, right? They want the lanes to bounce, keep the waves on their side of the map, and then attack coming on up. So if they're able to manage their wave states a little bit better as we go on, might help.
He just interrupted the stun with his belly slap.
Very nice.
And now, there's the arrow right off of level 6. Raheen would like to make a turn. There was an engage down bottom, up top. Brown Man is struggling. Ulti will be burned. Doesn't look like he has access to Modify despite knocking him low, though, and Nuri commits. BMD might have bitten off a bit more than he can chew here. He will not get Nuri. Down bottom, both Stain and Might and Meek did survive. Nobody had to back. Raheen and Slogan got dropped low, but apparently won the trade.
So close coming out there from BMD. If he angled his ultimate a little bit better, that might have been the extra couple shots he needed to get that damage through. Rest of the fight, he played out really well, but over-aggression from him in that lane, and it's a big kill going over to the side of Wolfpack because it buys GP time. It gets him some more gold and XP, and they also got Lucian's teleport out of that as well.
So a hell of a start for Wolfpack, especially given that, again, they are the team that is supposed to be struggling a bit during this game state. They are the team that is supposed to come into their own past the 15-minute mark. Them trading even is everything they need. This is victory for them. Blaze will have to burn his flash, but there's Zoe.
Well, that snowball just disappeared.
It hit the turret, I think.
It did hit the turret. I didn't see it after Nunu, dropped it, but that's fine. Zoe's still able to dodge out on the visible, and I've been really impressed, actually, with the play of Wolfpack so far, and disappointed. Man. Yeah, that's true.
Snowballs are melting past now.
That's true.
Not like it used to be. The sheet ice in the Arctic, man.
We need the ice balls back.
You seen the new David Attenborough documentary?
I've not. What does it cover?
A new one on Netflix. The name I'm blanking on right now, but you can find it. Good.
He's a very, very good director. Documentary.
He's like, global warming sucks. And you're like, yeah, it does, David. Drake will be picked up by Wolfpack.
I want to see Nunu snowballs forever.
I want to see Nunu snowballs forever. And that's why we need to be careful about global warming.
It's even bleeding into the rift. As a Drake taken from Wolfpack, and a lead in the early games. This is huge for them. They've been able to contain the Nunu roams coming on out, and minimal plates being sacked. They have a 1.5k gold lead. Bodes very well for them as they transition into the rest of the game, and possible dive coming into this bot lane. They have levels.
Possible? I can go as far as probable as Nuri arrives, but they break the turret plate, and Nuri's like, my job here is done. Bails.
160 gold. We move
walks
on.
Away.
I have camps.
You got things to do.
Here see BMD opting for a little bit more of a scaling build in this top lane. Looks like he's trying to match Gangplank throughout the game. Doesn't want the immediate power going for something like an Essence Reaver or a Blade of the Rune King. Instead, stacking up that tier, looking for some waiter power. So maybe trying to bridge some of that failed early game they've had so far.
Cubby, I have just gotten an alarm. Please tell me how to say the Nidalee now.
Byunju El Zik Diff. Might be caught out here.
He's in big trouble. He'll go down. Nuri finds the kill onto Byungju.Diff.
Yeah, a little bit of mispositioning coming out of Byungju Zigdiff as the Nidalee, all those hop, skips, and jumps, not going to get him away from the smokescreen. And the rest of Wolfpack, as I think another big part about this game is the lead that Graves has opened up against this Nidalee. It's supposed to scale or really ramp so hard in the early game with tempo. I mean, it's been all Graves so far. He is up about 4 camps on this Nidalee. It's a lot of golden XP, and he's got 3 levels over the cat.
Is the V silent? Culling will be
go with
burned,
that, yeah.
as well as the cannon barrage in the top lane. Byungju is roaming in. Nuri will be there to contest. And here comes the mid laner. Global warming be damned. Mark Boots will arrive. Dawning Shadow from across the map. No HP left on Nuri. Down bottom, Stain is in trouble. He'll go down. Nuri is burned by the Ignite and will fall up top. BMD inside the bush. Trades 1 for 1. Blaze falls as well. It's modified V2. He's got so much citrus, though. He just may be able to find this trade. He'll have to bail. Snowball chasing him. Mark Boots wins the fight up top. Down bottom, Beam Destroyers lose out, though. So it's an even trade across the map.
Yeah, even trade across the map. Props to Mark Boots for bending it like Beckham as he drifts those snowballs around the map. That said, first brick is going to go over to the Beam Destroyers, but the fact that this Senna is so far behind and was denied that double wave in the bot lane as well. I mean, Raheen, it seems to be the same script as yesterday. This guy is rolling through this bot lane against a Pantheon, too. I mean, Pantheon, he has that early dominance in the laning phase. It's been all Raheen.
check out this sick drifting. Vin Diesel would be proud. He sets up, absolutely nukes the Graves. And then things get a little bit more dangerous. My big takeaway from this is how long BMD was able to stay alive. Just kiting away from that, because the whole fight started with him being kind of caught out. He's still incredible. Down bottom, Raheem spotted an opportunity the second then the Dawning Shadow was being cast. They engaged onto Stain.
Zoe is here, but so is the Snowball. Let's see if they look for any poise.
Mark
no.
Over the wall, but Might of the Meek is burst down before they can even fight. Mark will chase, find the kill. Does he get away? Looks like it. Oh!
Ooh.
You didn't need to step close to that wall, Might.
Shotgun to the face as Graves is able to take that kill. TJ, I'm afraid I have to call you out on something too. Vin Diesel, no longer a driver, he's a musician now, as he's made music.
God.
Yeah. Have you seen that video, by the way?
I tried to carve it out of my mind, which is how I forgot that he had released a dance track.
I want that video just imprinted on my mind, because I don't think anything can possibly be funnier than everyone they brought into that Zoom call to just awkwardly dance on cam to the song that he produced. That was some of the best humor I've ever seen.
Full engage will come through. Nuri is gone. Slogan and Raheem need to get out of here as well. This could actually be a massive pickup for Beam Destroyers. And Slogan's got a flash, but BMD's waiting for him off of the TP. Goodbye, Raheem. Goodbye, Wolfpack bot lane.
Wow, great turn coming out from Beam Destroyers as Wolfpack, they bite off more than they can chew, and their pack is taken down from 5 to 2. We have Zoe going for the American Steel, not going to find it.
He could have had that, but he missed the Drake.
He was going for chip damage.
No, but he actually could have had that. Do you see how much damage his Paddle Star is doing? He actually could have stolen that, but he missed the Drake.
He also has Smite.
Exactly.
Okay, I'm with you on this one, TJ, as global warming getting the best of that Snowball, but Mark Boot's going to get the best of that Control Ward. And all of a sudden, we have an even gold graph game.
Blaze there, I'm sorry, mate.
No.
Drake will be picked up, as you said. Wildly enough, by Beam Destroyers. I think it's important to note they did get the shutdown onto Raheem. That was necessary.
Yes. Putting this Ashe further behind, very necessary, because she has gotten way too far ahead in this one, and Stain still has a lot of ground to make up on the setup.
Raheem will grab the Rift Herald up top. And that is the second Rift Herald of the game. The first one went to Beam Destroyers. They used it to take the first turret of the game up on that top side. They're going to take the second one over on Wolfpack and bring it here towards mid. This is Sheldon, in my books at least. Looks like they won't even need it for the second. Here comes the Glacial Arrow.
Nice.
And an easy kill. What a great series of ultimates. Might of the Meek will cast in, supported by the Dawning Shadow, but there's no way he stays alive.
Snowball.
Conga line of death here as Mark Boots eventually arrives, but with the Cannon Barrage behind his team, there's just no way in. Mark Boots is going to get isolated as well. I don't think he survives this, but he plays it very well. Nuri will be turned on, but he gets the kill. Stain is the last player alive after all of that. Beam Destroyers trade 1 for 4 and lose 2 turrets.
Yeah, and the Death Ball doing work here for the Wolfpack as they're able to group up and just pick off the members of Beam Destroyers one by one. This is really where their comp struggles, right? If they're not able to skirmish and find picks early, they go into these fights in even gold footing against the grouping of the Gangplank Ashe. I mean, it's so tricky for these guys to get a solid engage off, and props to Wolfpack because they were able to pick off the members of Beam Destroyers one by one.
I really, really liked that first engage where Raheem goes arrow into Slogan's explosive cask.
It's a beautiful cask as well.
And they just get handed a kill. And then Might of the Meek ulted into 5. And that was where I kind of got frustrated, lost the thread.
I mean, it's a Mantheon play. You gotta go for this.
But like, watch this. So brilliant execute. And Might of the Meek's like, nah, I got this. And there's just no winning this fight from this point on. And every little bit of investment that comes after, including this play from Mark,
watch this Gangplank barrel.
Unfathomably. I don't know, there's just no way you win this.
Yeah, just isolated members one by one, and props to Modified as well, who had a really tough lane up against the Lucian, and is really pumping out the damage down that Gangplank. He had a massive barrel in that fight, which really, you know, helped ensure the fact that they took this one easily, as BMD, Gangplank all committed.
Drake will be coming up, which is what this is all about. Might of the Meek is very far forward, but they absolutely nuke the Nidalee first. Ooh. BMD all alone will fall as well, doing a terrifying amount of damage before he dies, but doesn't change the result. Wolfpack with 3 kills around the Drake. And Beam Destroyers won't even be able to contest this Ocean pickup.
Yeah, another great cast from Slogan. He got BMD away from that wall, ensured they were able to pick up the kill. As you mentioned, TJ, you know, this Gragas, once you get him out of that lane phase, that cast's still one of the best ultimates we have in the game. Displacement, he's really using it well.
I'm gonna go again for Beam Destroyers though. I don't know why you're 3v5 contesting the Drake a minute before it comes up.
Yeah.
Like, what is the thought process as to why you have 3 players committing to that fight?
Yeah, I think Beam Destroyers really need to slow down this game and try and, you know, farm out these 3 waves and try and get more gold on this Lucian. That's really the only way they can get back into this one, because if they go into the death ball of Wolfpack Esports, they do not stand a chance, as they've been demonstrating so far. Yeah,
and of course every kill they give over, even in these even trades when we get them, favors Wolfpack. So it's very difficult to see a way out for them now.
Oh boy.
There's Mark Boots committing. We'll see what he can do with the Dawning Shadow behind him. It is big damage onto the backline of Blaze, but it's not enough. Here comes the turn. Slogan right on in. Staying in trouble. And a complete and clean ace, as Wolfpack have arrived in their dominant late game. That will be the Drake picked up. That should be Baron as well. And this may be game.
Yeah, great play coming out from Wolfpack. I love that setup too, as they recognize the fact that Beam Destroyers were kind of coming in from different angles, and they split up and just isolated them one by one again. I mean, Raheem just goes untouched in that one, as Mark Boots, we saw that snowball, wasn't global warming, but he did get melted by the rest of the team of Wolfpack.
I'm starting to think we're blaming global warming when, I don't know, it's just a man with a space heater, you know? Like, global, you know, there's definitely some bigger problems there, but Mark Boots running Snowball into the tankiest members of the team as an engage. Yeah. Like, he actually did chunk Blaze a lot, but Blaze isn't going to die to a Nunu unless he screws up spectacularly. Who is he targeting here? I don't know. Raheem plays it very well, kiting it back, and there's just no access to the members that actually could be burned down by him.
Oh, another great play coming out from Slogan as well on that Gragas. I mean, changing up the angle on that E-Flash to knock up 2 members and ensure they're able to get that clean ace. Really good play out of this guy's Gragas, and it's not a support pick we're used to seeing. I wasn't 100% sure about it into the Pantheon, but he is piloting this fantastically in bot lane.
Raheem's positioning play has been really impressive to me over both days. Not that arrow though, it does go wide, but oh my lord, the Paddle Star doesn't. Nidalee will survive. BMD gets locked down and picked off behind the turret. Raheem goes deep. Will get shut down as a result. Slogan tries to pick up the turret and get away. Wolfpack may have picked off more than they could shoot though. Here comes the ulti. Snowball for 2. Slogan will fall alongside Blaze and Raheem. And that's actually some major pickups back to Beam Destroyers. Doesn't quite undo the deficit they're at, not by a long shot, but it's some.
Bit of overreach coming on in there from Wolfpack, is going to drop some members. Beam Destroyers find some free gold on the map, but still losing objectives as this Gangplank still farming his way up in the bot lane, going to take down that turret. Also,
that new dude is fast now, man. Oh, is he building Deadmans? He absolutely is.
Nunu's going to have Strode.
We're getting there, buddy.
He's going to have Strode pretty soon.
This is still not a Muramana transformation, by the way, on Stein.
Yeah, I've kind of decided to just block the Senna out of my mind. It's been a really rough game for Senna. Yeah.
I mean, he's doing all right KDA-wise. His positioning in the fight's been good.
Oh, no. Goodbye.
That positioning wasn't very good. Oh, almost gets away with it as well, but Nuri is on point.
Yeah, with the 2 giant Space Eater items that he has in both lethality items, he's just ripping through the side of Beam Destroyers and tears through the Nidalee there as well, who doesn't have any armor.
No.
Not going to feel good in the lethality graves.
Maybe look at some of that Magi's. I don't know. Just putting out bad ideas at this point. There we go.
How can it be putting out bad ideas when there's no pages to it?
Yeah. It's going to be a pickup. Might of the Meat will fall away. And this turret should be dropped down as a result, because there's just no way to deal with the siege that is available. We'll take another minion wave, though, and Wolfpack don't have that kind of time. They're busy men, Cubby. They got places to be, things to do.
Gotta take away those camps, deny all that gold. As Nuri continues to flourish ahead in this jungle lead, and that's a nice match.
Slapped. And goodbye, Mark Boots. There will be a desperate engage, but Might of the Meek is picked up immediately afterwards. And Beam Destroyers are now down 2 players as Wolfpack push forwards. That's going to be an inhibitors picked up. Poor Nidalee hunted down behind the turret, slept and executed. Blaze finding the kill. The respawns are still like 20 seconds away, so this could be game if it's played aggressively.
Yeah, Blaze is going to base and TP to a minion and try and keep it alive. They have to try and kill off this minion wave. Oh, actually,
what a great cask. No kills found off of it, but everyone's zoned back. There's no turret play left. Into stasis goes Nuri. He will be shut down. Now it's a desperate rush for the Nexus. Do they have the damage? I don't think so. Wolfpack can't quite end the game unless they find these kills. And it doesn't look like they're going to be able to. Brown Man with the kills, barely in time. Manages to find a triple, a quadra, right outside the Nexus. And with maybe 20 HP on their Nexus, Beam Destroyers will stay in the game.
Okay, things are still looking pretty grim for Beam Destroyers, but hey, 4 kills on Illusion, and hey, there's a couple Mirror Manas transformed as well. They at least buy themselves some time, not to mention Ocean Drake coming through here, and hey, good play from them. Able to stay alive and take an objective off of it.
I was like, they don't have the damage to focus down the Nexus. And then they started focusing down the Nexus in earnest. And I was like, oh, maybe they
Oh boy.
Do you ever, okay, question for a coach. Is there ever any upside to going for kills in that situation? The second the Nexus is exposed, your entire team should just be autoing it, right?
It really depends on the situation. It's a total cop-out answer, but I mean, if you don't have the damage, you don't have the damage. And
okay, so watch when the focus starts coming in earnest onto the Nexus here.
I mean, the issue is that Raheen goes down, right? Once the 80 carry goes down, they don't have the damage anymore. And so the fact that BMD was able to take out the Ashe is really the big play that opens this up, and BMD just rips through the rest of the fight.
They still almost get it, though, which leads me to believe that if Slogan or Blaze had like limited it once or twice more.
Oh boy.
Oh dear. May not be necessary. Crying over spilt milk as the mid lane does get demolished there. Beam Destroyers. Down 2 players, and here we go for the game again. There are no Nexus turrets remaining. And Wolfpack will try and exploit that. Shoving forward, BMD does find a good trade onto Nuri, but he's lost his AD carry. Stain is gone, so is Mark Boots. BMD, the only player alive, as Wolfpack take a victory lap, and will pick up their game just in the semifinals.
Wolfpack Esports moving on to the finals, rather commanding as well, as they really stalled out that early game comp coming out from Beam Destroyers and able to pull things together in Deathball, find themselves a pretty easy win.
Yeah, it looked really dominant, I would say, from moment one. There was this sketchiness where the top lane started going well for BMD, and that could have spiraled into something, but Raheen, who is the dominant force on that team, did well, and there's no way back from Raheen getting ahead in the early game when he is supposed to be your late game carry.
Yeah, and I was really impressed with Slogan's Gragas as well. I mean, like I said, I wasn't 100%, about the pick. I can see why it would do okay into the Pantheon, but hey, once they got out of that lane phase, those casks were on point for the entirety of the game. Really think that's why they took that pick to just kind of, stall out that lane phase, prevent Pantheon from getting kills, and then later in the game, I mean, you have that very powerful ultimate ability coming out. Used it to perfection. And Wolfpack Esports just kind of clumping up, able to take members down one by one, and made it look pretty easy, as you mentioned.
And we criticized the Ashe to just call ourselves out. We were like, I don't know if you should be picking Ashe into a full engage lane.
Yeah.
And he just played the positioning so perfect. Raheen is never cooled down. And that's really good to see. We do have a finals ahead of us, a best of 3 for $500. We, of course, now know that Wolfpack will be awaiting the winner of Virginia Tech versus Genshin Addicts. Do you know anything about the Virginia Tech team?
I do not, so I'm looking forward to seeing them.
Some scouting for Cubby's collegiate career. We're going to We're going to go to a quick break, he said coherently and on his first try. When we come back, the Tournament of Terror will continue. Don't go anywhere. Root doesn't land, and now staying off the rotate is in trouble. Up top in the meantime, Modified will be poked down. First blood over to Beam Destroyers. And hold up, I'm actually setting a timer right
Here we
now.
go.
Meantime, there's a fight down bottom. Meek in
Zoe.
trouble. Will be backing away, but there's no way out of this. And Blaze actually flashes forward to keep chasing. And just as we're talking up BMD in the top side, we get an inkling of what went, so Nuri will be there to contest. And here comes the mid laner. Global warming be damned. Mark Boots will arrive. Dawning Shadow from across the map. No HP left on Nuri. Down bottom, Stain is in trouble. He'll go down. Nuri is burned by the Ignite and will fall up top. BMD inside the bush, trades 1 for 1. Blaze falls as well. It's Modified V2. He's got so much citrus though, he just may be able to find this trade. He'll have to bail. Snowball chasing him. Mark Boots wins the fight up top. Down bottom, Beam Destroyers lose out though. So it's an even trade across the map.
Yeah, that was some of the best humor I've ever seen.
Full engage will come through. Nuri is gone. Slogan and Raheen need to get out of here as well. This could actually be a massive pickup for Beam Destroyers. And Slogan's got a flash, but BMD's waiting for him off of the TP. Goodbye, Raheen. Goodbye, Wolfpack bot lane. In my books, at least. Looks like they won't even need it for the second. Here comes the Glacial Arrow.
Nice.
And an easy kill. What a great series of ultimates. Might of the Meek will cast in, supported by the Dawning Shadow, but there's no way he stays alive.
Snowball.
Conga line of death here as Mark Boots eventually arrives, but with the Cannon Barrage behind his team, there's just no way in. Mark Boots is going to get isolated as well. I don't think he survives this, but he plays it very well. Nuri will be turned on, but he gets very difficult to see a way out for them now.
Oh boy.
There's Mark Boots committing. We'll see what he can do with the Dawning Shadow behind him. It is big damage onto the backline of Blaze, but it's not enough. Here comes the turn. Slogan right on in. Staying in trouble. And a complete and clean ace as Wolfpack have arrived in their dominant late game. That will be no kills found off of it, but everyone's zoned back. There's no turret play left. Into stasis goes Nuri. He will be shut down. Now it's a desperate rush for the Nexus. Do they have the damage? I don't think so. Wolfpack can't quite end the game unless they find these kills. And it doesn't look like they're going to be able to. Brown Man with the kills. Barely in time. Manages to find a triple, a quadra, right outside the Nexus. And with maybe 20 HP on their Nexus, Beam Destroyers will stay in the game. Nexus turrets remaining. And Wolfpack will try and exploit that. Shoving forward, BMD does find a good trade onto Nuri, but he's lost his AD carry. Stain is gone, so is Mark Boots. BMD, the only player alive, as Wolfpack take a victory lap, and will pick up their game just in the semi-finals. Welcome back to the Tournament of Terror. My name is still TJ, still joined by Cubby. I really like that name, I'm not gonna lie.
Tournament of Terror?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's nice. And then we have Yeti chasing people to bring it all together.
Yeah, well, I think that's part of the Chilling Mountain branding. Speaking of which,
for sure.
The tournament is, of course, being run by Chilling Mountain and presented by Xtrike-Me, makers of fine keyboards, mice, and other things. Peripheral. I hate the word peripherals whenever people are like, we've got computer peripherals.
I don't get it. It's like peripheral vision, computer peripherals.
Exactly.
Like,
So peripherals,
it doesn't make any sense.
Being on the peripheral are things that are, ancillary to the main focus. The main focus, of course, being the computer. The computer peripherals are the things that exist around them, like keyboards and stuff. So that part makes sense, but I just feel like you could, I don't know, have a better name for the category.
Well, also, like when I see ads for it, it's like the mouse is the focus. Like, why are we focusing on the mouse?
It's not a peripheral.
Should be in the peripheral.
You're selling me the mouse.
Yeah, come on.
Get on that keyboard industry.
They're just poor planning. Because like now you have to like change peripherals. No one's gonna want to do that. Like your brand's going against the grain.
You're not in my peripheral vision. You're my full focus keyboard industry.
Absolutely.
Down.
Now mouse pads can stay in peripherals though.
Okay. Yeah. No,
we'll keep
kind of peripheral. Yeah. And the little mats that keep your wrists up while you're using a keyboard.
Oh.
That's also peripheral.
Okay.
We are getting into our second semi-final. It will be Genshin Addicts, who are the #1 seed in this tournament. They are over on the left, bearing, of course, Asilian and Kandori, who you should recognize.
Plucks as well.
Yes. Over on the right, we do have Virginia Tech. And I believe I've seen Putney somewhere before.
Yeah, collegiate team going up against some amateurs, notable amateurs as well. Notably, Asilian played for Mirage, very, very strong and young 80 carry, and Plux too, who is an up-and-coming prospect as well.
Yesterday, we got to see Asilian on Callista.
Ooh. He's very good at Callista.
You're like already feeling that, aren't you? Just that description.
I'd love to see that. If we see like an Ashe Senna coming on through here pretty soon, or if they wait on the AD pick, might be trying to get it to him again.
If they won in like 8 minutes.
Yeah, he's very skilled on that champ.
They were like diving behind the tier 1 turret at the 3-minute mark. Well, it was wild.
It's funny because I actually got to cast his first game in SGC. And of course, he was replacing Asta, who was a stud 80 carry and went to Dignitas Academy. It was well deserved.
I like that term.
Stud?
Yeah. See, this is like I can always tell that you're like from Southern sports culture.
Okay.
But like to me, that's tied with like breeding horses. So I wouldn't want to describe a human as that.
How is it tied to breeding horses?
Because that's what you refer to.
Really?
Racehorse is a stud if he is such a good horse that you're going to use him to breed other horses that will also be fast.
I did not know that.
It specifically refers to the horse that you are having father horse children so that you can also race the horse children.
Wow. I mean, I know that like the breeding rights sell for like millions of dollars too, which is crazy
and
to
they
me.
become a stud once, So anyway, that's why I don't like describing people as that.
Okay, then...
I'm sure his children will also be good at League of Legends, but I don't know.
Then anyway, a young talent.
Graves will be the first pick. That's kind of becoming meta here in the Tournament of Terror, which is a little bit interesting to me because he's not the most powerful jungler right now. I would still say that was Lilia. But maybe he's the most reliably executable jungler.
Yeah, it kind of depends on how you're going to like build your comp. I'd say for the early game, I think Lilia is crazy strong, just given the fact that she can clear so fast and so healthily and really speed around the map. But as the game moves on, Graves scales very well, which Lilia doesn't scale quite as well.
Yeah, we're going to get a Jhin in response. Fascinating.
Wow. That's usually you see Jhin as a counter. The fact that he's coming in now, I mean, this gives Zillion a lot of power in what he wants to go with, and seems that they're going to protect him.
The Ornn is just real obvious. Hey,
Yeah.
we're going to need a tank so that the Jhin can't do anything.
Yeah, we
Lock
could
in
see
Ornn.
a really tanky support get grabs here too. I know it'd be kind of weird to like blind support like Braum, but Braum would line up really well against what they have so far.
Asilian yesterday.
Okay.
Okay.
That makes sense.
This is fascinating. That will match the Jin's scaling, but it doesn't give Asilian the aggression I was maybe hoping he'd go for.
We'll see. He can maybe still play it really aggressive if he, tries to channel his inner Jackie
Who
love.
wins those early game trades? I bet that's actually way closer than I thought it was. I just kind of default to Senna being garbage early game, but it's probably fine versus Jhin.
Yeah, I actually really favor Senna in this matchup because she does have a lot of range. Now, if Jhin does get some help, or if it's a good support matchup, he can really pressure the Senna. But you can't harass Senna. Like, where you beat Senna is like in the first 5 levels. And Jhin isn't one of those AD carries that's like really going to harass Senna or bully her around.
Be able to force those fights.
Yeah, he can't really threaten the Senna super early unless he has that good support matchup. Now, if they go for something like Jhin Leona, and the support matchup isn't there, then I would say, like, yeah, this is really good. Like, they can try and pressure her, but unless the support matchup's there, I think this matchup's really Senna favored. I also really like the pairing with the Graves, because Graves can go full lethality. Senna can go second item Black Cleaver. She applies the Black Cleaver stats very quickly with her auto Q combo. And that, helps bring down the armor so that lethality Graves really hits home a little bit more.
We get a Volibear presumably passed up to lane as Nidalee is already there for the jungle. It's been a while since I've seen top Volibear, but the Chinese love it. So
yeah.
It's certainly viable.
No, he's really come back, just given his flexibility, and also he has really favorable matchups into Ornn and Renekton, who are both two very strong meta-defining top laners that we have, and so that Volibear should have quite a bit of pressure into the Ornn early. As the game goes on, obviously...
What's good about the Volibear-Ornn matchup?
He gets a shield that also slows. If you go
So
Dorn's
he just wins
Ring,
the trades?
yeah, he does mixed damage as well, which actually really helps in lane. And you can pressure him with some jungle setup with the Q. Also, your W gives you some healing if you apply it twice, which usually if you're able to land the stun or the slow, you can. And he has shove because he has lane dominance. So I think we saw Bwipo go Conquer and Triforce with a Volibear, which is pretty crazy.
I don't like that, but
He made it work.
EU. Oh, yeah. Alistair. Okay. So that's a little bit of exactly what you're asking for. Alistair is really good at forcing those fights.
Yep.
I don't especially actually like it into Senna because the engage requires targeting, so Black Mist just denies engage.
Yeah, I think they can just counter this too with like a Braum and Handshake, and just kind of scale into the rest of the game. Also, Braum being so good in the
Braum Senna
gym.
feels so bad though.
I kind of like it as a lane. It gives you so much protection, and it scales so well in the rest of the game.
Right, but you just can't do any, and like your marks never get ticked, your Winter's
This is
Bite
true.
never gets ticked.
This is true.
You're just like there to exist, and I don't think they want to do that to Asilian.
So what I'm curious about
I like that.
is the Akali, because playing Akali into Volibear Alistar is actually very tricky. But if you're able to surpass that front line and get on the Jhin Nidalee, oh, it's your favorite.
Let's go.
We're going in.
We're going in, baby. No, Leona Senna is one of my favorite matchups.
Very good,
one of my favorite lane duos because you just get to force those early trades, and the Leona gets to be stupid aggressive and get saved by the Senna regen, and that unlocks souls as well.
My eyes are really going to be on Kandori in this one. If he can get around the Alistar and the Volibear and get on this backline, he's going to have a heyday. Like, the Jhin, Nidalee, Orianna can't do much to stop the Akali. Now, if he does get caught out by a Volibear or an Alistar, he disappears and they lose the fight pretty instantly, right? Mm-hmm. However, if he's able to get around that, could be a huge threat in this one. So I think my eyes are going to be on Akali, really volatile champion. Going to have to see if Kandori can pilot it well.
How is the lane matchup, Akali into Orianna?
Rough for the first few levels, but Akali, once you get a couple items under your belt and some levels, really starts to pressure out the Orianna and does have kill pressure on her as well. So we're going to have to see if they can make that one work. Also, having Graves' help is a big deal in this matchup because you do get the mixed damage from the mid-jungle duo, and Graves does a pretty good job at helping out his lanes. Kind of tough for Nidalee to land a spear on Akali if she's playing all right. So should be favor for the Akali, just not for the first few levels when Orianna has that range and pressure advantage.
I think I favor Genshin Addicts coming out of the draft.
I think I do too.
For a couple of reasons. Obviously, you give the player advantage to Asilian, given what we've seen previously, but they have the tools to just completely shut down that Jhin. Jhin doesn't exist at this point because Ornn and Leona can just take the curtain calls to the face and not notice. And there's so much backline dive between the Leona and the Akali and the Ornn. There's so much to stop him from being able to set up and free cast.
Yeah.
So I think Jin's going to be in huge trouble. And then I'm looking at the other elements that could work, and they have this double engage, Volibear Alistair over on the Virginia Tech side. But one, who do they engage onto? Because Leona Ornn.
Right.
And two, what happens after they engage onto? Because they don't have the sustained damage that would benefit from that. You know, Jhin isn't Ashe. Jhin can't go, okay, they're locked down, I'm going to do massive amounts of damage while they're CC'd. So I don't see what the central theory of the Virginia Tech draft is.
Yeah, it's going to be really tricky for them. Especially, like Jhin, they have to find Graves, right?
Right
if they don't find Graves, it's going to be tough.
You're right there. Struggling with a cold or something?
Oh, seasonal allergies, you know? Everyone's favorite.
Me too. And I know it's hard to tell because I always sound like I have something in my nose. But, like, I actually do right now. And you have no idea how validating it is to actually have my nose clogged up after my entire life of people telling me I sound like my nose is clogged up.
Really? I thought you got the thing you got your entire life is like, hey, this guy sounds like one of the default voices from Microsoft.
I also get Microsoft Sam, but, you know, I'm working on that.
Yeah. Well, I like Microsoft Sam personally, TJ.
Really?
So
what has Microsoft Sam ever done for you?
Well, he hasn't ever really done anything for me, but his voice sounds nice, calming, and comforting. So
that's good. You don't view relationships as transactional, Cubby.
I view this. It's a compliment to you and your ability to pronunciate words and put voice inflection in the right spots.
I like it.
Yeah.
So we are loading into the game. We are about 30 plus seconds away from that load. This is, of course, the spectator delay where we want to make sure that we're not feeding live intel or anything like that. So once we get into it, we can kick things off. I think we settled, both of us, on favoring Genshin Addicts. But as always, there is a powerful draft on both sides, which means that if any of those carries, the Orianna, the Jhin, starts getting really ahead, they could transform into the hyper carry that wins the game. It's just never good when that needs to happen for you to win the game.
Yeah, I'm really going to be on the Nidalee to get a lead. Because if they do get a lead on the red side, that Alistair and Volibear can just pull the trigger whenever they want. They can use that extra itemization to really, roll through the side of Genshin Impact. But if they don't, when those ornaments start coming through, it's going to get really tricky for them to try and take this game. So all eyes on the early game.
Have you played Genshin Impact?
I have not yet. I gotta say, it's not my style of game.
Yesterday, I was casting with Frank, and I was like, Frank's a massive weeb. He plays the Yu-Gi-Oh card game. There is no chance in hell he hasn't played the weeb game that everyone's playing. And he hadn't. And he wasn't like I knew more about the game than he did.
Okay, so you've played it?
No, never.
Oh, okay.
But for me, it's because I don't really like RPGs, and it's a very good combat system RPG that people are into, and I support that. I kind of like the brawler stuff. Maybe I'll give it a try sometime, but I don't play a lot of single-player games, I'll be real.
Well, I respect that. Not my style, as, also throwing it back to...
whose style it is? The blue
Frank's.
team here, because they're Genshin Addicts.
Ah.
A red side will
We've been playing way too much. think they played it before, this game, like as their like warm-up game. They just like go in, try and get a few levels.
Hey, it's got a really good combat system from what I've seen. You're like comboing different elemental attacks. So you can like hit people with the fire attack and then hit them with the wind attack, and it spreads. You have to like tag out your fire lady and tag in your wind boy, and they will yell anime things, and then you hit them with the wind attack, and the fire that you laid down starts spreading and like becoming more dangerous because you're attacking with wind now. So it's got cool stuff like that.
Looking at the elements for this one, we've got a lot of beasts or animals on the red side team versus I think
Virginia
a lot of fire and sun. I think they might have over-indexed on fire for the blue side. Orin, Leona.
You're right.
Yeah.
It's a bad team comp.
Rough draft.
Virginia Tech.
This is spotted.
Are getting invaded, as you say. But they handle it. It is, of course, Genshin Addicts on the blue. We will get that overlay up for you in a moment.
Yeah, and looks like
Genshin Addicts get a little bit more aggressive, though. And it looks like that invade's going to be successful. They are also aware of the vertical jungle happening as Goto gets aggressive for Virginia Tech. But they won't stop it. They'll just accept the vertical trade.
Yeah, so the good thing about this trade is the fact that Graves actually got ahead, right? So the fact that Graves is able to get to the camp first, really going to benefit him in trying to, have tempo in this matchup, because it's really tricky against Nidalee. If she gets ahead, she can really roll through this matchup. But since Graves started that camp first, you're going to try his best to keep up.
Yeah, you can see he's doing wolves right now, and Goto is just still on the grump. He's going to have to roam all the way back. So the very greedy vertical jungle from Colin has paid off.
Yeah, and he gets an extra camp out of that as well, as Nidalee wasn't able to stick around and take the wolves, so going to help benefit the Graves. He works his way to the bot side of his jungle this time around. Going to take that red buff and try and get on the map.
I had the worst time casting Genshin Addicts yesterday because I kept feeling bad calling out stupid.
Oh.
Because, stupid goes in for the backline dive. Like, it really does sound like I'm passing judgment,
Yeah, we don't like that. We like to be kind and
positive vibes only. So
politely flame people.
How do I cast them?
Smart goes in. I don't know. We just changed his name. I mean, we just not the name that we had from last game where it's like Bonanju Flea or the Nidalee. Could be worse.
Yeah, at least it's pronounceable. Across the map, our trading is pretty much as we'd expect. The only notable advantage so far is in that jungle, where the Graves did get out ahead.
Here we go.
Now trying to invest that onto Icilian. Here we go. Flux goes in deep, does find the stun. That will be Smite Infinity. The Alistair knocked off the map. First blood over to Genshin Addicts. Very well executed.
Yeah, and I love the plan they had. I know I mentioned this in the first game, but they pushed that wave into the tower and had it bouncing back now to try and set up that play, right? Because Jhin and Alistar, they have to extend a little bit more to get that farm. So the fact that they overreached a little bit, Plux landing a nice engage, and them finding the kill onto the Leona. So bloodthirsty support already.
Flux hit level 3, and he was like, it's Leona time.
Let's roll, baby.
And if that's not a good Leona game plan, I don't know what is.
Yeah, you just get to light yourself on fire with the W.
Second, you get the W, the E, and the Q. You're just unstoppable. You gotta go.
Passive
and
procs, baby.
They compensate for the fact that Icilian, particularly as the Glacial Augment Center, doesn't have a lot of early game damage. They compensate for that by having Colin in the area. So it's very well timed, very well executed for that weakness. Infinity would like to get something back, and they stun up Icilian, but he'll be fine. He's sitting on that heal and flash. Up top.
Oh,
That's actually dangerous now. Shield will be there for Butterfan. He is out of cooldowns, but winning the trade, and Stupid has to burn Flash to stay alive, Flash to chase, and the bear takes a bite out of the Genshin Addicts.
Yeah, and we talked about the healing that comes through on the Build-A-Bear's W, really came through in that trade there. Stupid A little bit of miscalculation there as
And Flux doesn't realize Goto's here. This is just over. Flux barely flashes away. Will stay ahead of the fight, but now Asilian's left out to dry. And Goto with a massive spear finds the kill. So Virginia Tech out ahead of our #1 seed.
Yeah, nice snipe coming on through as they're able to take the kill on the Plucks, who I think he was expecting to face check a cow, but not a cat as well. A little bit too much.
The whole zoo in this bush. And Asilian, what? He flashes over the charge.
Okay,
You're kidding me, Asilian.
Okay, so
And now they may be able to get a massive punish off that because Flux is in the area. Asilian will boost him ahead with the Black Mist. They don't land the root, but they do land the Zenith Blade.
Oh, yeah.
And Asilian single-handedly gets Genshin Addicts back into this game.
there was a reason we were hyping this guy coming into the game, and I think Asilian's already shown that early. That was a disgusting flashback into his tower, dodging out on the Alistar combo.
Over the Alistar.
Oh, that was gross, yeah. He's really good.
You don't say.
Yeah. Yeah, he's really good at League of Legends. As
Give me
we have a
slow
second one.
motion. Can we do that, Kyler?
Woo!
Oh my god. Show me the flash again.
Do it again.
I don't care about the rest of this. I want to see the flash again.
Oh,
Thank you, Kyler. You're
he's
wonderful.
rewarding it.
Producer Kyler.
Look at this. Slow-mo coming on through.
Slow motion.
Oh, he lands the root as well.
What is
gross.
this?
That's gross.
That's disgusting.
Yeah, and that's a play that I think we're going to need to watch out for the rest of the game as well, because I think Asilian can definitely do that one again.
I'm sorry, I'm in shock. Take the wheel.
Oh, okay. Well, we've got Virginia Tech utilizing some of that bot lane pressure off the reset to take an early dragon, as Voltabear continues to bully around stupid 1-2-3 in this top lane.
He'll get chased away. It's a rough time to be Ornn. Virginia Tech did invest the lead they had earned into that Drake, regardless of the fact that Asilian's back now, baby.
Yeah, well, as we know in the top lane, Electric Bear beats Fire Blacksmith. It's just all elementals coming back to.
All right. I was electric versus fire was really the strength there, and you could have stuck to that, but you started introducing like bears and blacksmiths. And I wasn't
really,
sure
yeah, I don't know what
how
Ornn
those
is.
classes mapped onto anything.
Yeah.
Oh,
it's-
shockwave. Kandori inside the veil though. Will be fine.
Also, selfishly, I really want to see Ornn in TFT. How sick would it be to get like upgraded items from that guy?
Wasn't he in second set?
Yeah, but he wasn't that good. Like he was only a 2 cost. Like what if you made him a 4 or 5 cost?
All right.
And then yeah, you got to upgrade some items. Or he was 1 cost actually. Yeah.
He's still playing pretty aggressive there, stupid.
I think playing aggressive there is smart. He's trying to crash that wave, and he's got some friends up on this top side as we have not the 8-minute rotate coming in, but the 9-minute rotate coming in for this Rift Herald as tempo going to try and be obtained here by the side of Geshinshin.
Genshin Impact. Genshin Addicts. Got me doing it as well.
Yeah,
We'll press up for that route. In the meantime, Virginia Tech take away some plating on this turret down the bottom.
Yeah, and this is one of the tricky parts about Rift Herald, and something I think a lot of teams kind of overestimate, is the amount of golden XP you actually lose from going for it. Because yes, they're going to obtain a lot of tempo in this top lane, but you lose that double wave in the bottom half of the map, and that's a lot of gold, and not to mention XP going over to the other team for not that much gain. So a little bit of a botch swap coming out here as Smite Infinity didn't like that part of the map. A little bit of punishment.
The Alistar thing.
Yeah.
Do you play Alistar ever?
Oh yeah, one of my favorites.
That's the bad feeling where you're doing the WQ, but you got a little bit too hasty on the Q. So you don't do the W and you just do the Q. Screw this particular part of the ground.
My least favorite is when you mistime the combo. It's like back like
And
the old days of
Use them
Alistar.
behind their front line, yeah.
Yeah, because like before the combo, before you could buffer it, it was actually really like tough to pull off. Like you had to really practice the champion to get it. They kind of made it easy mode now. But
Hey, I really like Flash QW.
oh
That's the
yes,
real Alistar combo.
or if you want to get it even more advanced, you can Q flash on Alistar, which is disgusting.
Yeah, Q Flash W, where you flash past him.
Oh yeah, that's where you get really fancy on the cow.
Alistar's a fun. Alistar and Thresh are like the two fun supports, in my opinion.
I like Leona, man. You just go in.
Leona's a lot of fun as well, but there isn't really as much tech.
Yeah.
You just kind of living your best life.
Oh boy.
Speaking of, Flux loses out on the tech there. The Zenith Blade was slightly too short.
Might have been happy that that one missed. I don't know if they knew that Nidalee was there as well.
Here we go. 3v2. Asilian chunked down. Will burn the heal. Does stay alive.
No.
Here's the chase. Goto would like the kill. Collins desperately trying to save the day. Now Putney's found himself caught out. Dawning Shadow will go wide. Putney forced to flash. Will fall nonetheless. Oh, that's a massive root.
Ooh.
And Butterfan will have to burn the ultimate to dodge it. Very well done.
I thought it was burned a little bit early on Voldabear's part, but I think he knows a little bit more about that buffer than I do. Smooth as butter getting out of there.
It was because the root hit right as he was in the jump. Cleanses CC.
So
You're in the jump.
the really good part about that play coming out is the fact that Ornn was able to pick up 2 waves and also crash a wave into the Voldabear. And the fact that no blood is spilled. In fact, the only blood that was spilled was on the side of Virginia Tech as they lose a member. Pretty big win coming out here for Asilian and friends.
For the Genshin addicts. They're having a good time.
Yeah, if they keep up this pace, they're going to be able to go back to you know,
Go back to their fun anime game.
go back to leveling, yeah.
Yeah.
I assume that's what you do.
Well, it's like Breath of the Wild, if you played that.
Oh,
It's like
great.
a big
Oh,
open
fantastic
world,
game.
and
Yeah.
it looks really pretty as well. It's like,
Oh,
Pull the Forge God, full setup. This is just a dead Orianna. Genshin addicts, if they know one thing, it's collecting anime girls. And so they will pick up the Orianna there. And that's going to be a very clean Drake.
not only that, but also the Rift Herald drop bot as well for some additional pressure. Make sure they can keep him out. And Fire Blacksmith, that engage coming out just a little bit too strong. I have been told that Fire Blacksmith versus Electric Bear actually sounds like a Genshin matchup. So I know that we don't like the additional ads here, TJ.
I'm just wondering what kind of engage you expect from blacksmiths.
Well,
what
I mean,
is the appropriate amount of blacksmith engage?
he forges a giant ramp, and then it comes to him, and he hits
but that
it
doesn't
towards him.
seem like a normal blacksmith thing.
Well, it is
known
Ornn.
blacksmiths who do not have that capacity.
Okay, I'll stick to Blacksmith once he starts forging new items. That's when it really shines through.
Butterfan will go for the fight. I do think there's enough of a gold lead here that would be interesting if Stupid decide to go for it.
Yeah, I'm with you. It's kind of tough to call on Stupid. He's playing smart.
Yeah.
Yeah. I want to give him some compliments. You know. Smart 3-2-1 is building well.
Smart 3-2-1 poking in the top lane. We can commit to it.
Yeah.
He'll grab himself the CS lead. And this has been a very safe lane from Smart 3-2-1. He's just said, okay, I'm going to sit up here and farm. And Butterfan's going to have a bad time. Over the course of the game, Ornn will outscale, and that is very well played.
Yeah, and it really comes off of the swaps that were going on the map. The fact that Ornn was able to...
Back up here.
Uh-oh. Graves is here too.
Trouble. Colin is chasing Goto. You do have the smoke landing. Flux hurrying up. TP from the bot side of the map. This is going to be Colin already gone. And with Putney's arrival, that should mean the Virginia Tech have complete control of the top side of the map. Stupid. We'll have to run away.
Yeah, I think Stupid was not expecting that to come out
going.
from his teammate.
Just wait,
yeah, just once. Get that wave out of there. Stop that tower pressure. He might be in trouble.
Oh, the dive comes through nonetheless, but Tourney is ready for it.
Uh-oh.
Shockwave will interrupt the combo. Solar Flare does come in, but it's too late. Virginia Tech find another kill.
Yeah, and we talked about if this Akali can't get around the big front line, how she might have some trouble. We saw it there. She exits the Shroud, a nice Shockwave lands from the Orianna, and they're able to control the Akali, get her down as Genshin, they give away another kill in this top lane. Virginia Tech, nice win, bringing themselves back into this game, even have a gold lead now.
Well, wait. Producer Kyler, have you played Genshin Impact? Is that the information we're missing? Because he's offering opinions on matchups in our text chat.
Uh-oh, another TP.
Another TP in.
He's
in trouble.
Yeah.
He'll be assassinated, scooped up by Goto. No, he hasn't. Producer Kyler has not played. So nobody on this production team in a tournament which Genshin addicts are doing quite well in.
We have failed.
The video game.
We did not prep for this, and we were studying League and the other games. We should have been playing the game.
Let us know.
Yeah.
Someone in chat, speak up. Tell us if Genshin Impact is good. Virginia Tech did find another kill against the Genshin Addicts, though, and especially because it was the jungler, Colin.
Oh boy.
That will remove some of the mobility. This is Kandori going in here with perfect execution. He'll find the kill down the bot lane. Asilian's in trouble. He stays ahead of the chase and will find the kills here. Smite Infinity drops the dab and will fall immediately behind his AD carry. And that is a massive swing back to the Genshin Addicts.
Yeah, more good moves coming out from Asilian as he's probably pinging Plucks right now like, hey man, can I have some of these kills or are you just going to take them all? As this is pretty
Leona, you don't need to.
beefy.
Just do like way more damage than you think you
Yeah,
did.
it's a pretty beefy and bloodthirsty Leona we have coming out here. So bloodthirsty, in fact.
Starvation Senate.
Yeah, opted for Zeke's.
Needs the souls.
Yeah, want Zeke's instead of the usual Stone Point as, uh-oh.
Dory in the smoke veil will stay alive and indeed does a ton of damage.
Oh.
Flash forward onto Goto. I don't know if that was the right call. You'll pay the price.
Ooh.
Call the Forge God will fall short. Here comes Colin.
Uh-oh.
Goto very low. Will be shielded and get out safe.
Some nice hop, skips, and jumps coming out from the Nidalee there. She's able to sneak on out of that one. Akali, very strong at this point in the game, but not strong enough. Goes down there without using stopwatch. Might have been able to use that to buy some time for her teammates to get in. That said, we don't know, as Akali going down there with no TP. It's a pretty big deal, considering the fact that Dragon spawning really open up things here for Virginia Tech.
I really do think Kandori could have just flashed behind his turret, but fine.
Yeah.
That's not the ego face check you want to go for, but was survivable. Drake will be picked up as a result of that mid lane death. Here come Virginia Tech, pushing towards mid. They successfully deny even a turret trade for that Drake. So they are doing quite well now.
Yeah, I'm still a little bit concerned about what this Senna is going to look like. Also, I hate to do this. I hate to bring up itemization, TJ. As you know, it's a pet peeve of ours, but it's much more efficient for Senna to go Black Cleaver and then Graves to go Lethality. You apply Black Cleaver much quicker on Senna. And Lethality Graves, we saw it in the last game. It does some damage.
But Ghostblade Senna moves really fast.
This is true.
So consider that.
And you get the cool like visual animation, like when you're in the Shroud too.
And once you have a fast-moving Ghostblade Senna, it's really easy to get the full soul combos, which do a lot of damage.
Yeah, I think what we're forgetting here is that these guys are Genshin addicts, and they're going more for cosmetics here than actual like stats. They just want their characters to look cool.
No, I like Ghostblade Senna. If you've decided that the Cillians are carrying, I think it makes sense to put the lethality on him, even though it is more optimal to give him Black Cleaver by some definition.
I do have faith in
if
Cillian.
Cillian is your star player, it makes sense.
Yeah, he's the one that you send out first in the fights, you know.
And he's the one who's doing well right now, right?
He's playing very well.
Colin put him on Black Cleaver duty because he's O2.
This is true.
He's not going to be able to. He's not going to be able to keep up with the lethality scaling.
Yeah, he was caught with his pants down a couple times when he did not have Flash. That said, has Flash again. So should be able to maneuver his way a little bit better around these fights. And hey, props to Virginia Tech. I've really liked how they've played the map so far. They've done a good job at picking off some of the members of Genshin Addicts and found themselves in a pretty decent spot. I still like the scaling and the comp better from Genshin Addicts, but this game can go either way.
That's kind of my hang-up. Like, this game is even, and it is even because of exactly what you called out during the draft, Matt, which was Goto needed to go huge. And
Yes.
he did. He's roamed across the map, he's won several fights. That's given Virginia Tech a tenuous lead at times here. It's back and forth. But my concern is still, I don't know what gets them out of here. Right, what your late game team plan win comes from. There we go. Flux misses everything, does land the solar flare. Here comes the curtain call immediately behind it. Kandori may have gone in too deep, right on top of the shockwave, but he'll find the kill nonetheless. Now focused down though, Kandori goes into stasis. Here's Asilian to try and bail him out. It will not work. Goto finds the kill. Rift Herald will charge in the meantime, so it will be a turret and a 1-for-1 trade. Up top, Butterfans has been isolating Stupid and may find the kill, but Goto's caught out. Huge Zenith Blade. Asilian finds the kill, Stupid will survive, Butterfan can't chase. And at the last moment, Genshin Addicts turn the trading in their favor.
All right.
Oh, never mind. Stupid, that was rather stupid. He walks really far forward, has to flash away, barely survives.
All right,
Here comes the run.
No one saw
Colin
that dash
and Flux. Can Colin and Flux chase that? I don't think they can, they're not fast enough.
Hex Flash is in the cards. They're still looking for it.
Over the wall. In range now is Flux. Colin will be zoning. They've got the near sight. Butterfan with the chase. Does the Zenith Blade land? It does. And Colin confirms the kill.
Good play coming out from the side of Genshin Addicts, but I gotta say, Goto, he missed that jump, which obviously no one saw. We're not gonna remember that, just put it out of our brains, but it might have happened, and ends up feeding away another kill, and before this dragon spawns could be rather tricky, as here we're gonna see the trade of mid laners coming on through, and props to Kandori for once again navigating past this massive front line. As in the Alistar.
Did Kandori make the right fight here? Because he is a sacrificial 1-for-1 lamb.
It's tricky. I think I like the proactivity coming out. I feel like if Flux didn't burn his Zenith Blade before he landed that ultimate and was able to follow up properly, it would have been the right call. But that wasn't the case. So kind of a trade of mid laners coming on through. So we're back into the game. What happened to the cow?
Live, and Flux is spending his ulti again. It does get both him and Kandori out, but they were in a weird, tenuous position.
This is warded. Here we go.
Gathered in a tight corridor. Will be hit. There's Kandori on the Putney. Shockwave trade again. This time Kandori gets out, but Putney will survive. Front lines. There's Butterfan. Eating up so much focus. He will go down. The only death for Virginia Tech. They'll try and make something out of this. Huncho is still there, trading positively into it, but he just doesn't have the damage.
You can see Kandori just wreaking havoc in that fight. I mean, he doesn't find the kill, but he splits the rest of the fight, so his team's able to pick up another.
TP did come in. Putney did arrive, but he won't be there in time to do anything.
And I like how they're sending in this Akali.
Huncho was really far forward here.
Oh.
If Flux Zenith blades him, he almost did.
He went for the guess. That's close.
That was blind, but he was pretty damn close.
It was close. It's tough too with Jhin because he has a lot more move speed than most AD carries.
And he's a skinny boy.
That too. He's been working out, you know, doing his cardio, staying thin.
Got a runner's physique. Absolutely.
And also Swifties as well. So, you know, he's really trying to bolt out of there.
I'm really impressed by the damage that Kandori did in that fight. I don't know if we'll even have time for a replay, but you called it out very correctly. The fact that he was in the backline as a presence just completely split the Virginia Tech focus.
Yeah, and I really like how he's targeting the Orianna too, because if they aren't able to land that Shockwave engage, you know, comboed with an Alistar or a Volibear, it feels like Virginia Tech is really split up in the rest of these fights, and they might have recognized that, looking for a play of on Kandori themselves.
Very hard to catch an Akali, though. Spirit has land. Here comes the curtain call. Into stasis goes Kandori. He will not survive. very good engage, but here comes the punish. TP, Flux with the
Nice
solar
flash.
flare. Will tag Butterfans. That is the only player slowed down here, though. That will be the ultimate. Call the Forge God. Huncho in trouble. Has to flash away.
Asilian.
Stupid pushing forward. Putney round the side with the shockwave. Gets annihilated by Asilian, who's now arrived. And with Asilian here, this fight is over. There is Genshin Alex. Massive team fight damage. A triple kill for Asilian. And just like that, Virginia Tech are knocked off the map.
And all that farm and focus to Asilian pays off there as he's able to just 1v1 the Orianna, right? The shockwave only lands on the Senna, and she still pays her life for that. Asilian ripping through the side of Virginia Tech. That's going to be the Baron going over to Genshin Alex, and what looked to be so favorable with that pick on the Akali at the start just gets turned on its head thanks to the good front-to-back fight from Genshin Alex.
Very well played by Genshin Alex. They were kept close here by Virginia Tech. Despite, I think, a favorable draft for Genshin Alex, Virginia Tech kept them close. Made the right adjustments. This call to go for a pick on the Kandori is absolutely the right one, and they pull it off. But then...
Yeah, and look at all the damage that Ornn does here to Huncho. Really forces him to take a step back from this fight. Even has to burn his watchman. Asilian here on the side takes down Putney himself, and that's when the fight's over, right? Asilian plays this fight so well with this beefy front line. I mean, he's flashing forward. He's taking down everyone. He's taking names on the Senna. And
the dawning shadow to just chunk the Virginia Tech backline such that they couldn't keep fighting.
Yeah, he played that fight perfectly.
The second he chunks Goto so low that he just has to bail, that fight is, for all intents and purposes, already done.
Yeah, and we hyped this guy up for a reason. You guys saw what he did yesterday. We've been seeing
What are you doing, Flux? Oh, we got the stun.
Always got friends.
He is all alone here. His backup is a ways away. Asilian, by the looks of things, will make the call because there's mid-pressure happening.
I mean, you can't call the weak side police on police full there. It just doesn't work like that.
The police never get arrested for their crimes.
Oh boy.
Oh my god!
Kandori.
Speaking of crimes.
Oh.
Kandori all the way in, a double kill, drops into stasis, and they win the fight. Goto into stasis himself, but Asilian will find the kill as soon as he comes out. Virginia Tech lose 3 players in the blink of an eye at the mid-lane.
And I have to say, going into Volibear and Alistar, I was like, really? They're going to pick Akali? Kandori, even though he's got that 4-4-4
He just found the right
line.
targets there, though.
Yeah, he found the right targets, but he has also been doing work on this Akali. Like, yes, he's only 4-4-4, but he's been splitting up the fights. He's really pressuring this Orianna, and there, when he finds the right targets, as you mentioned, TJ, just shreds through.
Gets handed Huncho and Putney on a silver platter. Takes a bite. It's kids' meal nonsense. None of these polite upper society fights.
Yeah, he's showing Volibear how to
Lunchtime.
fight.
Full engage will come for this inhib turret. This can't be fought. Virginia Tech just don't have enough HP in this fight. Butterfan will go down. Inhib turret does fall. The deep dive. Asilian picking up kill after kill. It's a decent shockwave from Putney, but I don't think it'll save them. Smite plays well as well, and actually Putney finds the kill. That's a pretty massive shutdown onto Asilian. That might keep this game going if they can get forward fast enough, but the Nexus turrets are falling. Putney with the damage onto Flux, no HP. There's the dive, big knock up. Kandori low, but they shut down Putney, and that should be the game. Another win for Genshin Alex here in the semi-finals. Virginia Tech can do nothing when faced with the late-game powerhouse of Asilian.
Asilian, I mean, we hyped this guy up for a reason, just did work in those fights. I think he overreached a little bit at the end. I think he was going for a couple showboaty plays, but was just too much in the end. And Genshin Alex find themselves in the final against Wolfpack Esports and TJ. I don't know about you. I'm really excited to see these two bot lanes go up against each other because it really seems to be the strength of each of these teams.
Raheen versus Asilian.
Yeah.
Don't you dare tune out. We've got that coming. I just want to give a huge shout out to Putney, especially this damage graph shows it. Like, he did not get to play that video game. He was the hard focus every single fight, and he still did almost as much damage as everyone else on his team. right?
Yeah.
He still contributed. He played that really well considering, and I can't imagine how frustrating it is to have an Akali make it their life's mission just to assassinate you every fight.
Yeah, especially when on the Akali that good, who was really finding the Orianna in all of these fights. And hey, I mean, they go down. It was a close game. Props to Virginia Tech. I thought they played that one out pretty well, but Asilian and Genshin Addicts just too much in the end. They had too much gear. Came in with too many stats. Able to take those last couple fights.
I do think there was and I'll stand to it, I do think there was a really good draft from Genshin Addicts as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Really well balanced, and the fact they were able to get through that early game on even footing, I mean, you just knew once those ornaments were coming through with the scaling Senna, it's going to be a really tough road for Virginia Tech for the rest of the way, and Genshin Addicts showed why they took that draft, and going to be an interesting one going up against this bot lane they have to face in Wolfpack Esports. I'm really excited to see if Asilian can be tested. I haven't seen a lot of Raheen, but what I've seen looks really good. I've seen a lot of Asilian. I know how good and how talented this player is, so going to be interesting to see these two guys clash, not to mention the supports as well. I think both...
Okay.
Yeah, I think both blocks...
I've got it set up. I've got Genshin Impact downloaded on my phone.
Oh, okay.
I can play around, I think. I can like get through this tutorial at least during the break.
All right, we're going to learn as much as we can about Genshin Impact in the break. That's the real homework and the prep that we have to do, right?
That's the real prep. Don't go far. The grand finals of the Tournament of Terror will come back right after this. I've got to get through this tutorial. We'll be right back. Babes did get out of hand.
Oh, here we go.
Now trying to invest that onto Asilian. Here we go. Flux goes in deep, does find the stun. That will be Smite Infinity. The Alistair knocked off the map. First blood over to Genshin Addicts. Very well executed.
Yeah, and I love the plan they had. I know I mentioned this in the first game, but they pushed that wave into the tower and had it bouncing back now to try and set up that play, right? Because Jhin and Alistair, they have to extend a little bit more to get that farm. So the fact that they overreached a little bit, Plux landing a nice engage, and them finding the kill onto the Leona. So bloodthirsty support already.
Flux hit level 3, and he was like, it's Leona time.
Let's roll, baby.
And if that's not a good Leona game plan, I don't know what is.
Yeah, you just get to light yourself on fire with the W.
Second you get the W, the E, and the Q, you're just unstoppable. You gotta go.
Passive
and
procs, baby.
They compensate for the fact that Asilian, particularly as the Glacial Augment Center, you know, doesn't have a lot of early game damage. They compensate for that by having Colin in the area. So it's very well timed, very well executed for that weakness. Infinity would like to get something back, and they stun up Asilian, but he'll be fine. He's sitting on that heal and flash. Up top.
Oh,
That's
no.
actually dangerous now. Shield will... Graves did get out of health before.
Oh, here we go.
Now trying to invest... Graves did get out of health before.
Oh, here we go.
Now trying to invest that onto Asilian. Here we go. Flux goes in deep, does find the stun. Woo! That will be Smite Infinity. The Alistair.
As well. A little bit too much.
The whole zoo in this bush. And Asilian... What? He flashes over the charge!
Okay,
You're kidding me, Asilian!
Okay, Asilian.
And now they may be able to get a massive punish off that because Flux is in the area. Asilian will boost him ahead with the Black Mist. They don't land the root, but they do land the Zenith Blade.
Oh, yeah.
And Asilian single-handedly gets Genshin Addicts back into this game. Jungler Colin.
Oh, boy.
That will remove some of the mobility. This is Kandori going in here with perfect execution. He'll find the kill down the bot lane. Asilian's in trouble. He stays ahead of the chase and will find the kills here. Smite Infinity drops the dab and will fall immediately behind his AD carry. And that is a massive swing back to the Genshin Addicts when it comes home. There we go. Flux misses everything, does land the Solar Flare. Here comes the Curtain Call immediately behind it. Kandori may have gone in too deep, right on top of the Shockwave, but he'll find the kill nonetheless. Now focused down though, Kandori goes into stasis. Here's Asilian to try and bail him out. It will not work. Goto finds the kill. Rift Herald will charge in the meantime, so it will be a turret and a 1-for-1 trade. Up top, Butterfans has been isolating.
Oh no.
Stupid, and may find the kill, but Goto's caught out. Huge Zenith Blade. Asilian finds the kill. Stupid will survive. Butterfan can't chase. And at the last moment, Genshin Addicts turned the trading in their favor.
All right.
Oh, never mind. Stupid. That was rather stupid. He walks really far forward, has to flash away, barely survives.
All right.
And Kandori out, but they were in a weird tenuous position.
This is warded. Here we go.
Gathered in a tight corridor, will be hit. There's Kandori on the Putney. Shockwave trade again. This time Kandori gets out, but Putney will survive. Front lines. There's Butterfat eating up so much focus. He will go down. The only death. Very hard to catch an Akali though. Spirit has landed. Here comes the curtain call. Into stasis goes Kandori. He will not survive. Very good engage, but here comes the punish. TP, Flux with the
Nice
solar
flash.
flare. Will tag Butterfans. That is the only player slowed down here, though. That will be the ultimate. Call the Forge God. Huncho in trouble. Has to flash away.
Cillian.
Stupid pushing forward. Putney round the side with the shockwave. Gets annihilated by a Cillian, who's now arrived. And with a Cillian here, this fight is over. There is Genshin Addicts. Massive team fight damage. A triple kill for a Cillian. And just like that, Virginia Tech are knocked off the map.
Volibear had a big fight.
Full engage will come for this inhib turret. This can't be fought. Virginia Tech just don't have enough HP in this fight. Butterfan will go down. Inhib turret does fall. The deep dive. A Cillian picking up kill after kill. It's a decent shockwave from Putney, but I don't think it'll save them. Smite plays well as well, and actually Putney finds the kill. That's a pretty massive shutdown onto a Cillian. That might keep this game going if they can get forward fast enough, but the Nexus turrets are falling. Putney with the damage onto Flux, no HP. There's the dive, big knock up. Kandori low, but they shut down Putney, and that should be the game. Another win for Genshin Addicts here in the semi-finals. Virginia Tech can do nothing when faced with the late game powerhouse of Cillian.
How's it going?
I'm through the tutorial.
Okay. What have we learned?
So, it first of all looks really damn good, even on a phone.
Okay. That's good.
And second of all, the replacement for Navi, the fairy, is a tiny little anime girl who refers to herself in the third person, and her name's Paimon. And
Okay.
I think I want to murder her.
Okay.
She has an obnoxiously high voice and talks in the third person.
Okay. So, fill me in as we go. We need to start to bring this into this broadcast, but I guess for now, we're already in Pick Ben. And speaking of potential anime characters, both Zoe and Yumi have been taken off the table.
All right, I'm with you for Zoe, but how is Yumi an anime character?
I don't know. Like the cat can talk. Like it's had to have been done once. You cannot tell me that's been done.
Yeah, but cats can talk in like American TV sitcoms. I don't know.
This is true.
Anyway, Genshin addicts, as you talk about, addicts to the aforementioned game Genshin Impact. Available now on PS4, PC, mobile. I think that's it. Our drafting on the left side in our grand finals here. The Tournament of Terror has come to a close. We have $500 in prizing on the line, Cubby.
Yes, we do. And it is going to the winners, I believe. So
that's how it works.
Wolfpack
Esports.
What on the one?
Over on the right-hand side. Do grab themselves. And a Kali first pick. We were talking up these bot lanes. Of course, Asilian for Genshin addicts. One of the stars of the amateur scene as an AD carry. Raheem from Wolfpack I had not seen before this tournament, but he has played disgusting in that same role.
Yeah, and
we will
speaking
get
of
one
him,
of those
Senna.
here in the draft.
Yep.
We get the Senna versus an Ashe.
Yeah, and I like this coming out from Wolfpack. Ashe, yes, she's very high priority AD carry. Brings a lot of lane dominance, a lot of help for your jungler. Speaking of jungler, this is a very different look. We're playing really fast.
I looked down for a moment. I was sorting out some stuff on my desk because we kind of had to go. And I looked down and I looked back up. We've drafted both Jarvan and Qiyana.
They slam these picks.
Okay. Let's hit this one at a time. Jarvan is fine. Certainly not meta, but fine. As a jungler for Genshin Impact, we know that their player, whose name I'm blanking on right now, does play it. We've seen it before in this tournament. It was pretty good.
Yeah.
So I will, fine. It's not meta, but fine. Qiyana is straight up considered bad in most of the world right now. You're the coach. Tell me why it should even be considered.
Well, if you want to see why it can be considered, the only player that you can really watch play it is Yagao, who is still
right.
Yeah, or Yagao and Angel, I believe, still played a little bit of it. But it's
Chinese players will always play weird picks that do well in team fights, right?
That's
not a meta consideration.
This is true. I mean, so let's talk about some of the pros of this pick, right? It's going to have some priority in lane against Akali, right? It's very powerful in jungle and jungle fights. And so if you get ahead on Genshin addicts, you can utilize those walls as Qiyana to really start to snowball the game. The downside is that Genshin addicts need some source of AP damage, right? And that has to come from the top lane. And you can see Wolfpack Esports, they recognize that. They already are going to take away the Ornn and the Maokai, who, they don't bring the most AP damage in the world, but still bring quite a bit as tanks. I also really want to see Wolfpack Esports pick a tank themselves, because if it is a full AD composition, a tank would scale really well. They don't have one yet. I'd love to see something like Leona come out here, or an Alistar to really start to pressure that Ashe.
I'm ready for sick Qiyana play, by the way.
Yeah, I want to see
it. The first mid laner I ever tried was Qiyana.
That's true. That's not an easy mid laner play.
Right, but she seemed really fun.
Ziggs.
She was. I like Qiyana.
I think they ran out of time. I'm going to take a very bold prediction, say that's not Ziggs. And speaking of AP damage, the Vladimir was that through.
Vladimir and Rakan complete the Genshin Addicts draft. We will get confirmation that Ziggs may be a placeholder, it may be a draft, we'll find out.
Yeah. Ziggs is Thresh.
Sorry?
Ziggs is Thresh.
Ziggs is Thresh.
Yeah, coming on through. That makes a lot more sense.
producer Kyler with the intel.
Yeah, still something that can, pressure the Ashe. Really good against Jarvan as well, because you can utilize that foyer to cancel his flag and drag combo. And how they round it out, they're actually just going to handshake the matchup. So they're going to take Gangplank into Vladimir, a matchup that Vladimir historically
I feel like I'm
wins.
watching the LPL a season ago. Jarvan, Kiana, Vlad into GP, Thresh, Akali. Like, this is last season's LPL.
Yeah. This is all about the mid-game team fights coming on through.
So we are going to see the same draft here. This will be identical. They're just running it through in the clan. So yeah, the reason that's so exciting to me, the reason I say that with such delight, is because that season's LPL was a banger. The entire draft is all about we are going to scale into the team fight, and once we are there, we think we're better.
Oh, it's not even scale.
And I love that.
It's not even scale. It's like, all right, we're going to get one item, and at 15 minutes, we're just going to brawl for the rest of the game, and whoever wins those fights wins.
And I genuinely love that.
It's
idea
exciting.
that you can get to the mid game and just be like, we're going to be better there. And both teams think that, both teams handshake on we're going to get to the mid game and be better, is just glorious.
Yeah.
Minor bumps in the road, though. Like, I'm still hung up on that Kiana. There's obviously a sick wombo combo, Jarvan, Kiana, Vladimir. And that's, like, one of the reasons they've drafted it. Again, it's all about the team fights. But I struggle with the just actual impact of those picks. I don't believe that they are going to be viable to win these lanes. And I think if they get behind, it is going to be the turbo struggle bus.
Yeah, and so there are a couple things we're going to have to look out for, right? First off, Jarvan is really good at interacting with his lanes, right? Those early flag and drag ganks, very powerful. And I would not be surprised if he goes for any sort of level 2 cheese, like getting to Akali before she has that foot back with her E could be very strong. Also, I like how you mentioned Kandori and Colin syncing up on that Jarvan Kiana, but it's actually, they have to be really careful because if he puts that Cataclysm down at the wrong time, the Supreme Display of Talent could hit the outside of the wall instead of the inside, right? Because like you want to throw it on the inside, make sure that
big tragedy.
Yeah, you're getting everyone. So really want to see if these two can sync up, utilizing those abilities, because obviously Cataclysm does create terrain, and Supreme Display of Talent is all about the terrain.
Talk to me about the Wolfpack draft now, because they are similarly teamfight focused, but they are very lightweight. This is an LPL teamfight draft in every sense of the word. Every single member of this team can do damage. Every single member of this team can be the carry, with the exception of the Thresh. And that gives them tremendous flexibility, but it relies on them, again, to find success early on those carries.
So something I like from their draft is that they have a lot of ways they can pressure Ashe, right? The Gangplank ultimate, very strong against Ashe, not to mention the Akali, who is going to be diving into that backline, ideally. But they also have a lot more scaling elements. You know, Gangplank scales into this one. Vladimir is going to actually scale a little bit harder, but Gangplank still has a lot of scaling elements himself. The Kindred and the Senna especially, right? These guys are going to be a little bit more insurance. But what I really like about them is the fact they have Lamb's Respite in this one, right? Because if you're going against that Kiana and that Jarvan, the combo that really wants to play fast, if you get that Lamb's Respite down at the right time, you can just totally shut down that damage, keep your team alive, and then turn the fight from there.
Dude, we have a Rakan teamfight comp in the year of our Lord 2020. Like, there is
well, I'm not surprised about
nothing more exciting than this.
Really surprised about the Kiana.
Yep, yeah. So, Kiana, the reason why I went so hard on that, the reason why I was so, like, answer me, Cubby.
Yeah.
Is because I have seen Kiana a weird amount in the high ELO ladders recently.
Okay.
Like, she is not very far behind the really meta picks in play rate on most of the high ELO ladders. But she isn't doing very well in win rate, I believe.
Yeah, I mean, like, the idea of the meta right now, like, a lot of it is, you know, playing fast and snowballing cleanly. That's why we see a lot of, like, Renekton Nidalee, which is very meta-defining. The fact that you can, you have that point-and-click stun, you can chain it with the Nidalee Spear, And you can really play fast from there if you are good at building up your waves and denying the enemy top laner. Qiyana would fit that ideally, right? Shove in mid, get out of lane, try and make an impact on one of those side lanes, but she struggles in the fact that, she does fall off quite a bit. And also the fact that with the new dragons coming in, it's really tough for her. Like if like an Infernal Drake spawns, it makes things a lot harder for her. And a little bit of that RNG also bringing down her win rate. And also, I don't think she's that good into Senna, which is also a very meta-defining AD carry because you can't hit E on a target that you can't see. And a big part of her combo is that E combo with the water blades that you get the stun, right? The guaranteed stun. Really tough to, turn that against Senna. Not to mention Thresh as well can try and cancel that.
I was just confirming some stats because I had seen them recently. So the spike in Qiyana play rate happened 10:19. And it does seem to be disconnected from like anything. But for 10:19, she had a 51% win rate. She's currently sitting at 50.6 win rate. So
what was that, like Plat Plus, I assume?
That's Plat Plus
Okay.
KR server.
Okay. Interesting. I'm very curious to see what this Qiyana can do. She should have some early lane priority into the Akali in terms of shove, and if she can't get out on the map, her and Jarvan can start to wreak havoc on those side lanes. Really, I'm looking for them to try and put that Gangplank under siege, right? That flag and drag really strong into that top lane. If you can bring 3 members to dive him, should be going down, get that Vladimir ahead, and start to scale him into that favorable matchup that he has once he dings level 9, gets that CDR, has that onwards.
Make me believe in Qiyana. That's my request. Because I really do like Qiyana as a character. She's just got like a really fun kit. I have a giant soft spot for characters that are super confident.
Okay.
Really into that.
Okay.
So, any character that is just BM by existing, I'm excited.
Maybe this is a shout out to Genshin as well. The addicts, they have someone with different elements.
She is a little bit of an anime girl.
Yeah. Different elements too, big part of the game.
Different elements, and she could be a Genshin Impact character. And
TJ, we did our research in the break. TJ playing through the tutorial. I think that we're experts now, so we can definitely speak on this.
Before my expertise.
Yes, absolutely.
I'll be putting out my tier list video for Genshin Impact, best characters to get you through the early levels later today.
And look out for Matt and Iberic on Daniel's poop post to follow, talking about that as well as.
I don't like poop post. That sounds worse than shit post.
Okay, as long as we're committing to it, yeah. Look out for a shit post.
Just say shit post.
Okay.
No, nobody's gonna be like blown away.
All right, we're not getting yelled at. We have not been taken off the air.
1950s. You can show your ankle on air.
Okay.
We're into game. The grand finals of the Tournament of Terror. See that hard transition, Cubby? Boom.
I like that. I'd give that at least a 9 out of 10.
What would I have to do to get a 10 out of 10 on my hard transitions?
Make like a scary reference, like, hey, that skin looks scary, kind of like the Tournament of Terror, like, going off Thresh.
All right.
He's
that wouldn't be a
souls.
hard transition though. Then I wouldn't have a segue.
Okay, that's fair.
My big thing is I want to be talking about like ankles, and then, boom, Tournament of Terror. We're back into it.
Whenever I hear that, I can only think of like the Key and Peele skit where they're like, "Oh, look at the ankles on that one." And it's like that skit. It's a very funny.
I don't know where you're going with that.
Okay.
So we're gonna stay with the Tournament of Terror line of conversation, if that's okay. The grand finals are underway. Genshin Addicts over on the left side, the blue. Wolfpack Esports taking up the red. This is a best of 3 series, if you're curious. And we will be going all the way, I assume, with these two teams.
Yeah, we're going to have to see how these guys can play it out. Both junglers starting on the top side of the map. You can see Jarvan grabbing his 2 buffs and trying to make a level 2 play early. Not going for that level 3. Whereas Kindred look to get to the other side to protect that buff. And should be going for a little bit of a longer clear. And I think Jarvan's going to get the bad news here that Kindred's already taken those camps. And he is already behind.
Yeah, this has been... This is kind of interesting because both these teams play so weak side top that Modified and Stupid are just going to be like left alone here.
Well, it's not stupid, it's smart 3-2-1. Yeah.
You're right.
Yeah,
Smart
yeah.
3, 2, 1 and Modified are just going to be able to live their own lives, play the new Riot fighting game for 20 minutes up top.
Ooh, nice.
Raheem executing the center mechanics we saw from Massilian yesterday, or last game, where you drop the center root onto a low HP minion, so the minion dies and the center root is instant.
Lands into the chains into the death sentence as well. As a good play coming out from Raheen and Slogan. Lane's going as expected, right? Ashe, a little bit early shove, early CS lead too. But Senna, obviously with those souls, going to scale very nicely. As we see the opposite in the top lane. We got Modified with this early shove, taking advantage of the grasp, as Vlad really needs level 9 and CDR to be happy in this matchup.
Check out Nuri shoving for the invade here.
Yeah.
He's really far forward. It looks like they were at least considering an early pick onto Smart 3, 2, 1.
Yeah, and Nuri has had a really good early pathing. You can see the fact that Colin Gogo, they didn't get proper scouting down early on that Kindred. He guessed the wrong path and got set really far behind due to that. He's just now taking the Wolves and clearing out his 5th camp, whereas already got 7 on the side for Kindred and a successful base. So a lot of tempo coming out for the side of Wolfpack, and we're going to have to see if Kindred can start to transition that into a bigger lead for herself and then start to impact the lanes.
It's good to see Wolfpack getting that done. Because the Kindred falls behind, like their entire team composition is dependent on having as many damage sources as possible. And if the Kindred falls behind and just becomes a Lancer spike bot, they lose a lot of their plan.
Yeah, that would not be ideal, as once again, Colin Gogo wasting a lot of time, but they might have found someone. Oh no.
Yeah, Nuri goes in for the check. He wins this trade. Colin needs to get out of range of the Wolf, and he can't do it. First blood to Wolfpack in our grand final.
That is tragic, and look at how far ahead this Kindred is now with first blood money as well. She has all the tempo and control in the world here, as I believe she also got a mark off of that one too. So if we can get a mark check, that'd be great. I believe she is at 2. Obviously when Kindred hits 4, a lot of power going over to her pockets too. So the fact that Nuri is off to such a good start really spells well for Wolfpack Esports. Is once again, they're looking to scale a little bit more.
And we'll get the replay here. There's just a level difference. There's just no way Colin wins this. And he blows the flag and drag to engage, then realizes there's no way he wins that.
Yeah, down a level, down items, missed skill shots, not your recipe for success here in League of Legends. As meanwhile,
I don't know what it would be a recipe for success in. I'm going to be real with you.
Yeah, I have to agree with that. As Vladimir this is actually a really good chunk coming out from Smart 3-2-1, playing this out very well. If he's able to get this wave in, GP.
Ooh, and he Sanguine Pool so that the barrel can't chunk him.
Yeah. I don't know if he's going to be able to get that wave in, but the fact he gets a chunk after that TP's burn from the Gangplank, that damage is going to stick, so that's really good for the Vladimir. It creates a lot more space for him.
So let's also touch on the inverse side of that Kindred lead. Colin Gogo, we talked about it during the draft. Jarvan is not the greatest jungler right now. And if he falls behind, if you are not doing massive damage with your Cataclysm, that character feels really bad to play with.
Yeah, I mean, with how far behind he is, you have to think that he's going to go Cinderhulk and just try and, play Terrain Choke as, oh my gosh, Assassin's going in the mid lane.
Yeah, Kandori did blow ultimate, which means Blaze goes back in. There's Colin for the backup, though. Kandori will win this trade thanks to the save. And there it is. A first pickup for Genshin Addicts as they managed to strike back. That was not a one fight. I am impressed by Colin for the timing.
I mean, I'm impressed by Kandori. He W'd to dodge out on the second dash that Akali had. The fact that he dodged out on that damage, had the jungler show up as well, that's a win for him.
Stupid into the Sanguine Pool. Into the bush. Now he's not going to make it. There's a kill right back over. Nuri continues his reign of terror.
Yeah, and they get this wave in. It's denied from the Vladimir, so setting him further behind. Big deal here for the Gangplank. Buys him more time where he is very strong in this matchup and denies that scaling from the Vladimir. You can see he had to go Seekers. He felt like he was too under pressure from the AD threats of both Gangplank and Kindred. going to delay his CDR, and that wave being taken away delays his double 9 too. So I like the play coming out from Wolfpack.
I told you this was going to be a good one, Cubby. This is a bloody one as well. So Kandori out ahead. That cannot be said for anyone else on the Genshin Addicts, as Wolfpack are building out a lead in their top side through Nuri, who is now terrifying.
Yeah, and you can see Kandori. I think one of the other reasons that we don't see as much Qiyana is the fact that Mobis were nerfed, right? They're a little bit more expensive, where they knocked down the move speed as well ever since she was very powerful. So actually opting for the Swifties in this one, right? It's a cheaper boot, still gives a ton of move speed. I think Swifties are actually really underrated at the moment. So the fact that Kandori is going to pick that up, still going to try and emulate all the roaming you can do on Qiyana.
I want to give a shout out towards this bot side where Asilian is dominating in CS. We set this up as the lane to watch earlier. Now we'll see Nuri's in, Asilian with the flash away.
Ooh.
Grand entrance! That was so good for Flux, and Asilian wants to keep fighting it. He'll go back in. Here comes Colin. Dawning Shadow does come through. It's a big charm. The quickness is huge. Colin with the Cataclysm will go down. He is
Kandori.
too far behind to fight here. So Kandori arrives, and he just annihilates Raheem. Nuri will drop the Lamb's Respite, but he will not stay alive. And just like that, the Genshin Addicts have a huge shutdown down bottom. Nuri's off the map, and Raheen is behind.
And that's the power of Qiyana showing up right there. The fact that Cowan Gogo is able to buy enough time for Kandori to reach the bot lane, make a huge impact with that play. Qiyana is paying off. Good play from the side of Genshin Addicts to really stall that one out, get Qiyana there, and cash in on a big play.
What a massive play from Kandori. No more than a few seconds after you talk about his roaming potential. And just the way this is played by Asilian and Flux.
Yeah, that was so good, utilizing the Asilian flash that Flux could save his own. And you can see he cashes in on the ultimate, gets the triple charm there. Colin Gogo, he goes down buying time, but now it's
does absolutely nothing.
Yeah, it's all Kandori. Oh.
Nuri in trouble here. He is going to lose to Stupid up on the top side. And Slogan is caught out as well. This is all spiraling out of control now for Wolfpack.
Yeah, Wolfpack caught with their pants down on the swap. We saw this in the last game from Genshin Addicts. They sent the bot lane up to try and take this Rift Herald. Looks like they were trying to just match with the support. Senna gets a free lane to farm bottom, but kills going over to Genshin Addicts, and this Rift Herald means they win the play.
That Rift Herald, as you say, will redouble the advantage that was just earned by the Genshin Addicts. They are now handedly ahead. And that was not the world we were looking at as, 2-3 minutes into the game. It looked like Wolfpack had a dominant lead.
Solo killed V2? Oh, okay, it goes the other way this time around.
Like that.
Yeah, and Gangplank getting caught.
The replay of how this all happened, and then Nuri was trying to save Modify, which led to our cutback in.
Oh, nice use.
Stasis.
Yeah, good use of buying time. Gets out as well. Well played from Colin Gogo. Starting to come back in this one, as that swap from Genshin Addicts gets them a lot. They end up taking the Rift Herald as well as we return to live. Here to see where they drop that one. I really want to see it go into the Vladimir. Now that Vladimir has his CDR and has that level 9, he's going to start to do really well in this matchup and feel good in the side lane. If they start to accelerate him even further ahead, going to start blowing up this rather squishy lineup that Wolfpack Esports has, right? Really relying on that Lamb's Respite.
I'd like to give a shout out to producer Kyler for catching all those replays. For the LPL now, replays into replays. You get the LPL team comp, you get the LPL fights, you get the LPL replays.
Yes, now all we need is the LPL ads, TJ. We're going to have the return of
God!
Blue Hair
We do need
Soda.
the LPL ads.
Yeah.
The only ad I have is for Xtrike-Me, which is a Chinese company, by the way.
Oh,
but they make peripherals and keyboards, and they are part of the prize pool for today. We have $500 on the line as we hit a brief pause. Both these teams making sure they can be at their absolute tip-top shape for our grand finals.
Yes, and, TJ, in the last
Check
pause...
out this mug, by the way.
Oh, LEC. Respect. I like that a lot. I would show my mug, but it, it's a little bit different. A little bit different vibe. Not as much esports.
His mug is not safe for broadcast, which is impressive. I have never seen a mug that is not safe for broadcast before.
It's, yeah. attention.
Full engage. Raheen has to flash away. And here comes the flank. Colin with the Cataclysm. Raheen's in trouble. Supreme Display of Talent will be deployed. Raheen stays strong. We'll get a 2-for-1 trade. A double kill off the back of the Cannon Barrage, credited actually to Modified. I think Raheen deserves as much credit for it, though.
Yeah.
Very well played by Wolfpack.
And I think we saw the impact that a mistimed Cataclysm can have there on the Supreme Display of Talent. The fact that Colin Gogo drops that ultimate to try and lock Senna. I don't know if the Supreme Display of Talent ended up hitting the Senna as a nice trade coming on through and a bit of overhypiness coming through.
It didn't look like it.
Yeah.
He didn't get stunned.
Huh?
If we could get the replay, producer Kyler, I know is working on that. This will be Slogan zoning back the pressure, and Wolfpack, despite their turret now being on like 1 HP, those kills put them back in the game, tie up the gold. Most notably, though, they don't contribute towards their AD carry, and I think that's where we have to be worried, because Raheen is normally a hard carry, and he just can't be that this game, at least not until the late game.
Yeah, the Rakan Ashe being a very powerful lane. Also, props to Pucks for,
Nuri! Get off the McDonald's Wi-Fi!
Hold on, guys. I have to go to Starbucks. McDonald's ran out.
McDonald's Wi-Fi is garbage. I'm going to Starbucks. I was in it. The last time I was in a Starbucks, there was a guy just playing League of Legends.
Really?
And I wasn't casting League of Legends at the time, but I remember thinking, what a weird thing to do, to go to a Starbucks to play League of Legends. Like, do that in the comfort of your own home, man. Nobody wants to see that.
Yeah, and you can get better coffee at your own home than you can with,
Are you a coffee snob?
I am not a coffee snob, but my sister is. So I had a
French press, right? You were telling me about.
Wonderful French press coffee this morning. Good stuff. Which, fun fact about Starbucks, by the way, before we transition, they overcook all of their beans in order to keep consistency for all of their shops. It's easier to stay consistent if you burn all your beans. So their coffee, it's already burned. Just throwing that out there.
Well, so they're intentionally making worse coffee because it'll mean that all of their shops taste the same?
Yes.
I don't know what burned coffee tastes like. I only drink tea. So.
It's not as flavorful, and I'm on the tea train with you as well, TJ. As I apologize for cutting you off, but what were you transitioning into as we talk about our wonderful ways that we keep track of our voices?
I was gonna just mention that my grandfather was super into the French press.
Ooh.
For a while, and I don't know what happened to him, because there was definitely like a couple of weeks where every time I talked to him, he was like, "Man, this French press is so good. Have you heard about my French press?" And he was like it was hard to get him to talk about anything else for like a week, and I just realized I don't think I've ever heard about the French press since that week. So I don't know if just it wasn't really delivering anymore, or he got used to the luxury.
So TJ, in our last pause, you asked the thrilling question of, how's golf going to be?
How's golf going?
So, well, we are not going to cover that because I actually came up with something way more thrilling for the audience I'd ask you about, and that is female educators from the 20th century. As you said that you were
and
reading.
Carol Moore.
Yes, you said you were doing a lot of reading.
I got sidetracked prior to this. I was telling you about Anne Carol Moore. She is only important because she founded the Children's Library.
Oh.
She was one of the head librarians in New York. And libraries initially were not for children, right? They were institutes of higher learning.
Yeah, it's college students only.
You could go there if you were already somebody who could read, if you were typically, upper class, white, educated, wealthy.
Yeah.
And she was the first person to be like, hey, we have all these libraries in New York, what if we use them as a weapon of literacy? Anyway, then she goes off the deep end, because it turns out she's writing the list for all the children's books that people buy.
Okay.
And she, only talked to people through a puppet that she owned.
Oh. She
had a vendetta against the book Goodnight Moon and single-handedly banned it from libraries.
Oh, that's a great book.
All across the country. And Carol Moore, fantastic lookup.
How can you ban Goodnight Moon? That's a classic.
She thought that all children's books should be like Peter Rabbit or Winnie the Pooh.
Oh.
Surreal, magical, and not in any way related to the real world.
Okay. I do feel that surrealism. My mother is a reading specialist at an elementary school.
Because we're back into the game and Stupid's in trouble. Into the Sanguine Pool he goes. Here comes Flux with the charm already deployed. He will jump to Blaze, and the arrow from Asilian saves the day. What an arrow.
I hate to say it, but the Akali ult missed as well, as there is a bit of a funky
but
sidestep.
we were focusing on the arrow.
It was a good arrow from downtown. Stops the fight, stalls things out as Asilian going to return the lane, crash another wave into the Senna, or into the bot tower as well. So more denied golden XP for Genshin Addicts as they continue to play this one out well.
Amazing. So that Kandori can annihilate.
Wow.
What a great bit of team play there.
That was like Colin Gogo just like dangling the carrot. It's like, yeah, you're up a level. You got double buffs. You want this? And then Kandori just came in for the kill.
Hook, line, and sinker. Take Colin fishing sometime. You seem like somebody who goes fishing. I'm not gonna lie to you, Matt.
I as someone who plays golf and enjoys it very much, fishing is boring to me. That's saying a lot.
What?
Yeah. I do love being outdoors and all that, but I'd rather, stay on land.
All right, it's a fear of the water. That makes sense.
Terrified, yeah.
Take a look at this.
Here we go.
Kandori in with the
Take the
supreme
carrot.
display of talent. He's just deleted.
Wow. Jarvan didn't even get an assist on the EQ. That's how fast he died.
He was too slow.
Yeah.
So maybe we're underrating the Kiana.
I mean, Kandori is playing it really well, and this guy seems to specialize in melee assassins from what we've seen so far, because they took the Akali away from him, and he's really showing up on this Kiana.
They took Akali away from him, and he was like, "You haven't even seen my powers.
You've walked into my trap card."
I also play my counter to Akali. This setup is for the Drake, if you're curious.
Oh boy.
Genshin Addicts starting things off. Blaze will be in trouble from Kandori yet again. Going to play things slow as Colin arrives. He's going to need to get at least one pick to get out of this, and he does! A perfect execution, and Kandori's deleted now. This could get worse. Genshin Addicts will get one back. Here's the TP from across the map. Genshin Addicts pinned underneath the cannon barrage. Blaze doing a great job staying alive. Chips Colin even lower. Asilian and Co will get back to their turret. And that should be the end of the play.
So they might snowball this one into the dragon. I don't know if they took enough health bars to be able to get this safely.
They don't have Nuri.
They do not have Nuri, but they do have full control and control over the health bars. They could be baiting, try and get Jarvan here.
Blaze has to dip over the wall to not get charmed. That was really risky.
That was a really sick play in the Akali, by the way. That was like 1v3, took a kill, and just walked out. Like, that's mine.
Well, the commitment to realize I'm not going to get out of this. I need to go through one of their players to access an escape route.
And because of that commitment, he actually ended up getting out of this.
Yeah. Drake will be picked up by the side who kept their jungler alive, that being Genshin Addicts. Rough time that Nuri died in that whole trade, but Asilian full focused on him. He's scary right now.
He's always scary. It's just one of the players that you always have to look out for, as up a lot of creeps on this Ashe. We somewhat expect the matchup to be Ashe favored, but I think Asilian's really been cashing in. It's good that Raheen has kept up in levels, and be curious to see what a soul count is on Senna and also a mark count on Nuri. The last check I got was 2. I'm going to assume that's either 2 or 3, because Nuri hasn't had a lot of success getting to the other side of the map and has not found any kills as this game has transitioned over to the mid game.
Producer Kyler, give us the information. We're getting it. I'll buy time.
We just throw it into the abyss, and Producer Kyler magically pops up with it for us.
23 stacks on Senna, still 2 on the clip.
Look at that info coming on through. Big shout out to Producer Kyler, putting this together for you guys and also for us.
So that's actually pretty bad on both counts, to be honest.
Yeah.
Like that's behind for Raheen, and Nuri ought to be doing a little bit more with how dominant he's been.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the reasons that Pucks might have went with that Recon, right? It's pretty tough to get souls off of him with the harass, which are even more important now because of that last change to Senna, making it a lot harder for her to get souls just from creeps that she kills, right? And so Raheen definitely behind, obviously the ideal spot you want to get to at this point of the game. You want to be approaching 40 around like the 23, 25 minute mark. So very far behind. You're going to have to see if he can take some jungle camps and maybe catch up that way.
Kandori and Plucks are zoning as this Rift Herald is taken. Looks like Colin will be able to grab it uncontested, and that is going to contribute massively to the gold lead that it is building here for Genshin Addicts. And that will undo kind of all of the sins of the early game, right? Modified did really good, won his lane. And it's just been undone by the fact that all these team fights have gone to the Genshin Addicts, that they've got now the Rift Herald to throw whatever lane they like.
Yeah, that, and then also just the Vladimir kind of spiking, right? Now that he has that Proto Belt finished and some bonus CDR, he actually feels really good siding into the Gangplank now as well. So it's interesting. I really think that Wolfpack, they need to start controlling vision a little bit better and just, you know, try to get a pick or some chunks off with this Thresh and this Kindred.
Setup is here for Wolfpack to be shoved back. This is, of course, only game 1 of 3.
Ooh, a mark denied. 1 of potentially 3.
Yeah. Full engage onto Nuri will come through. He turns as the backup comes out. Slogan and Raheen on the flank. Raheen himself has to back away.
Someone's got a flash.
There's the GP ult isolating Colin, who's all alone down bottom. Will have to flag and drag away. Wolfpack burn a TP as well, bringing all 5 members of the team down here to the Dragon fight. So they are a minute and 40 seconds early, so all of this isn't really earning them anything.
So on the bright side, they do find some flashes, right? No flash on Vladimir is going to give them a little bit more protection from, you know, a possible Vladimir flank coming through and landing a big Hemo Plague. Also, no flash on Asilian, so it does give them a point of attack if Slogan can try and get that setup we were talking about, lands a death sentence on Asilian. They can really put pressure on him in this upcoming Dragon fight, because you have to think with Genshin Addicts being at 2 dragons, every dragon from here on out is going to be highly contested.
But Blaze burns his TP, and that's worth noting.
Yes.
You're now down a major sideline threat there. Modifieds is coming back up, so he'll take over the split lane responsibilities. Wolfpack bring their other 4 players in line. And this will be them contesting the Drake, as you say they have to. Genshin Addicts roll in.
Oh, Nuri actually snuck by. Vladimir's going to be under pressure here.
Stupid. Does have Sanguine Pool. Will spend it here, stay alive. Blaze will chase, instantly charmed. Lamb's Respite will be dropped. There's the arrow, it's huge. Nuri gets the heal for the Dornic Shadow, but he'll still fall. The TP's here, Modified to clean up the fight. Stupid will go down, 2v3 now. But up top, it is Slogan on in. That's a good knock-up. Blaze, pinned by the Grand Entrance, will drop into stasis perfectly in time. And the rest of his team is coming. Blaze trades 1 for 1. What an absolute beast. And as a result, Wolfpack have won out the trading thus far.
Okay.
Cillian and Colin have to back away.
That's a 2 for 2 Wolfpack. They have the health bar advantage, but importantly, Vladimir can TP back in, and he has flank wards. They're setting up for this. Look for Vladimir's TP. Let's see if him and Kandori can try and sync up, find some kills here.
Stupid. Respawning now, as you say, with the TP. Nuri is in sync. He'll be having to hoof it across the map. Starting the Drake, anticipating Nuri's arrival. Rift Herald will be summoned in mid by Genshin Addicts.
Here
we go. TP in. There is the Vlad on arrival. Supreme display of talent misses. Nuri finds the turn. Stupid's already blown the Sanguine Pool.
Asilian.
He doesn't quite go down because Asilian's got the damage. He shows up, nukes the front line. Nuri's down again. Slogan's got nothing left. And that may be the fight. Genshin Addicts off the back of the TP's back in. Looking strong. You even have a further forward engage there. As Blaze chases down Kandori and will find the kill. The arrows in from Asilian. They're going to keep on going. Modified in huge trouble. Will go down in a moment. The save attempt is there. Blaze diving on in, focusing Asilian as best he can. Will flash over the wall to chase down Flux. But that is all they're going to get. And Colin's even on the chase.
Cataclysm's back.
looking for more with the Cataclysm, as you say, up. Asilian should be able to clean this up. Plays a sliver of HP. Will stasis. Colin just leaves. No thank you. And as a result, Genshin Addicts win the fight. Drake in their pocket. That is the third of the game. And a now massive gold lead.
The opening to that fight was so good for the side of Genshin Addicts. The fact that the Lamb's Respite was down for Nuri, and Asilian, his positioning, I mean, Vladimir just wreaking havoc, diving in there with his pool, and also all the throws that he landed. Asilian positioned himself over the wall, was free hitting, no one could touch the Ashe. That positioning and that damage he was able to put down pretty much just won them the fight. Not to mention the fact they also got the dragon, right? So this is now sole point. We talked about how Wolfpack Esports, they had to contest every dragon for the rest of the game. That is especially true now, as you do not want to give up Ocean Soul to this team.
I'm going to hit it with a two-phase now. The very beginning of that fight was actually terrible for Genshin Addicts.
Yeah, that's true.
Stupid goes in, like, finds nothing, gets chunked down to nothing. Kandori wastes his ulti. I was like, oh, this is over. And then Asilian, as you were talking about, flashes into range and just starts free hitting. Oh, we're starting way back.
Yeah,
we're starting way back, Cubby, with these three plays.
There's a long play coming through. So the fact that they take out the jungler, pretty good here. Yes, they end up losing the Vladimir and Plucks, but you still have the TP from the Vlad, which we see come up big as they're able to zone out and force the fight. Yeah, the fact that, like, Blaze, he does end up going down, but he played both, you know, parts of this elongated fight so well on this Akali. And here's where things get really hectic. I mean, just look at Asilian's positioning here as you have Jarvan, J4 wreaking havoc, and look at Asilian over this wall. No one can touch him on the team. They don't have a Lamb's Respite. He is putting out so much damage and just perfect positioning coming out from him.
Yeah, and he single-handedly turns it. We don't have time to watch anymore because we're right back into it. The arrow will come through, and it's perfect. The Dawning Shadow tries to save the day, but Asilian's arrow has already struck true, and Slogan is the only player left from Wolfpack. They are annihilated by a sick old combo. Baron in the hands of Genshin Addicts. 3 kills as well. They are looking for the game end. It is all on Blaze. What can he do? He needs to find a major pick here. There's no sugarcoating it. And I don't think it's possible.
That was such a sick engage coming through. I mean, the fact that they got Nuri before he could even throw down that Lamb's Respite. Plucks is playing so well to just pressure the Kindred. Oh.
Will find the damage, can't save the day. Modified now with respawns. He's got several. Nuri will be here. Turrets are down. There is nothing to defend the Nexus. And it will be a dive from Slogan, but already Nuri shut down Colin. Modified in the backlines, kited by Asilian, who is looking unstoppable. He will focus in on the Nexus, pick up the remaining kills, and there you have it. Game 1 of the Grand Finals will be picked up by the Genshin Addicts. Off the back of their bot lane, off the back of Asilian, off the back of a fantastic mid-game team fight.
That was really impressive coming out from Genshin Addicts. I mean, I think we were both on the same page, like, hey, this Kiana pick, like, it's something we're not used to. We haven't seen a lot. It can be tricky with Cataclysm. We did see them botch that once, but once Pluck started finding these engages, I mean, they pulled the trigger just like that as a squad, and the fact they were able to sync up and do that made it so hard for Neri to get down that Lamb's Respite to save the rest of his team, and when that tool's gone, it's a squishy team. They just melt.
What a sick game.
Yeah.
Like, we joked about it during the draft that it was just like the LPL meta, but then we got an LPL game where it was just 2 teams ramming team fights at each other the entire time.
Yeah, one
Don't disappoint me.
It's what we want.
I want to go 3 games like that. Let's take a look at the damage charts. I do think it is worth noting exactly how much Stupid contributed to those fights.
Yeah.
Because it is kind of easy to not notice Vladimir Chip. But he was there.
Yeah, it also helps the fact that, like, the way you play out that lane, it's trading really heavily, but still, that Vladimir doing work in those fights. And, you know, we talked about it, the fact that this is a squishy team. If they don't have Lamb's Respite to really keep things together and survive that upfront damage from the side of Genshin Addicts, they aren't able to survive. And we saw exactly that. So, really good play coming out from them, able to identify how important that cooldown was. And they were able to really target Nuri and pressure him so that he couldn't even get it off.
Colin recovering from that early game.
Yeah, that too.
Like,
It was
he
looking
got
really grim.
bullied. And then he somehow gets back in the game, plays as a second support. Definitely the second support, because Plux, as you say, was a madman. He was the reason they kept being able to beat Nuri before he could drop Lamb's Respite. Really, just a fantastic game. Hopefully, the first of many. It is a best-of-3 grand finals here for the Tournament of Terror. If you enjoyed that one, you won't want to miss the next one. Don't go far. The series will resume after a lightning-fast break.
Ideal as, once again, Colin Gogo wasting a lot of time, but they might have found someone. Oh, no.
Yeah, Nuri goes in for the check. He wins this trade. Colin needs to get out of range of the Wolf, and he can't do it. First blood to Wolfpack in our grand final.
That is tragic, and look at how far ahead this Kinder is now with first blood money as well. She has all the tempo and control in the world here, as I believe she also got a mark off of that one too. So if we can get a mark check, that'd be great. I believe she is at 2. Obviously, when Kinder hits 4, a lot of power going over to her pockets too. So the fact that Nuri is off to such a good start really spells well for Wolfpack Esports. Is, once again, they're looking to scale a little bit more.
And we'll get the replay here. There's just a level difference. There's just no way Colin wins this. And he blows the flag and drag to engage, then realizes there's no way he wins that.
Yeah, down a level, down items, missed skill shots. Not your recipe for success here in League of Legends. As meanwhile,
I don't know what it would be a recipe for success in. I'm going to be real with you.
Yeah, I have to agree with that. As Vladimir this is actually a really good chunk coming out from Smart 321, playing this out very well. If he's able to get this wave in, GP.
Ooh, and he sanguine pulls so that the barrel can't chunk him.
Yeah. I don't know if he's going to be able to get that wave in, but the fact he gets a chunk after that TP's burn from the gangplank, that damage is going to stick, so that's really good for the Vladimir. It creates a lot more space for him.
So let's also touch on
Ideal as, once again, Colin Gogo wasting a lot of time, but they might have found someone. Oh, no.
Yeah, Nuri goes in for the check. He wins this trade. Colin needs to get out of range of the Wolf, and he can't with this bot side where Asilian is dominating in CS. We set this up as the lane to watch earlier. Now we'll see Nuri's in, Asilian with the flash away. Grand entrance! That was so good for Plux, and Asilian wants to keep fighting it. He'll go back in. Here comes Colin. Dawning Shadow does come through. It's a big charm. The quickness is huge. Colin with the Cataclysm will go down. He is too far behind to fight here. So Kandori arrives, and he just annihilates Raheem. Nuri will drop the Lamb's Respite, but he will not stay alive. And just like that, the Genshin Addicts have a huge shutdown down bottom. Nuri's off the map, and Raheen is behind. And just the way this is played by Asilian and Plux.
Yeah, that was so good, utilizing the Asilian flash that Plux could save his own. And you can see he cashes in on the ultimate, gets the triple charm there. Colin Gogo, he goes down buying time, but now it
does absolutely nothing.
Yeah, it's all Kandori.
Nuri in trouble here. He is going to lose to Stupid up on the top side. And Slogan is caught out as well. This is all spiraling out of control now.
They continue to play this one out well.
Baiting so that Kandori can annihilate. Wow. What a great bit of team play there. That was Joseph Sanguine Pool. Will spend it here, stay alive. Blaze will chase, instantly charmed. Lamb's Respite will be dropped. There's the arrow, it's huge. Nuri gets the heal for the Dawning Shadow, but he'll still fall. The TP's here, modified to clean up the fight. Stupid will go down, 2v3 now. But up top, it is Slogan on in. That's a good knock-up. Blaze, pinned by the Grand Entrance, will drop into stasis perfectly in time. And the rest of his team is coming. Blaze trades 1-for-1. What an absolute beast. And as a result, Wolfpack have won out the trading thus far. Starting the Drake, anticipating Nuri's arrival. Riptarl will be summoned in mid by Genshin Addicts. Here we go, TP in. There is the Bland on arrival. Supreme display of talent misses. Nuri finds the turn. Stupid's already blown the Sanguine Pool. He doesn't quite go down because Asilian's got the damage. He shows up, nukes the front line. Nuri's down again. Slogan's got nothing left. And that may be the fight. Genshin Addicts off the back of the TP's back in. looking strong. You even have a further forward engage there. As Blaze chases down Kantori and will find the kill. The arrows in from Asilian. They're going to keep on going. Modified in huge trouble. Will go down in a moment.
This coming out from him.
Yeah, and he single-handedly turns it. We don't have time to watch anymore because we're right back into it. The arrow will come through, and it's perfect. The Dawning Shadow tries to save the day, but Asilian's arrow has already struck true, and Slogan is the only player left from Wolfpack, and they are annihilated by a sick old combo. Baron in the hands of Genshin Addicts, 3 kills as well. They are looking for the game end. He's got several. Nuri will be here. Turrets are down. There is nothing to defend the Nexus. And it will be a dive from Slogan, but already Nuri shoved down Colin, modified in the backlines, kited by Asilian, who is looking unstoppable. He will focus in on the Nexus, pick up the remaining kills, and there you have it. Game 1 of the Grand Finals will be picked up by the Genshin Addicts. Off the back of their bot lane, off the back of a The Chilly Mountain Tournament of Terror is back, baby, and we're still in the Grand Finals, Matt Cubby Samuelson.
Yeah, and a pretty solid 1-0. I don't want to say dominant. Like, there were a couple moments where it looked like Wolfpack had a good play, but hey, Genshin Addicts, good start for them, 1-0. They win in about 30 minutes. Played it rather fast and a little bit of a different comp from what we're used to seeing. So curious to see how this next pick pans out, because obviously Wolfpack need to make some changes and play a little bit better this game if they want to stay alive.
We're ready to go, baby. Grand Finals blasts forward. As you said, Genshin Addicts are up 1-0 in this best-of-3 series. $500 on the line.
And the first ban on red side I'm getting is Graves, I believe, coming on through from our wonderful producer Kyler. So it's going to be Graves, Ashe, Syndra, and Evelynn, Kiana, Echo. They really don't want
Caitlyn.
That Kiana. Oh, okay.
Raheen gets his Caitlyn.
Okay. This might have been the change they needed.
Raheen's Caitlyn was genuinely terrifying, and look at what Genshin pull out in response with no Ashe on the cards. Into a Caitlyn. They grab a Jhin for their star player, Asilian.
Okay, so this can... Oh, wow. Another Jarvan coming on through for Colin Gogo. I don't know what he knows that we don't, but it seems like Genshin
Hey, it worked out
Addicts...
last game. It became secondary support in 1 out.
It ended up working out. The start of it was concerning. And it seems like Nuri is like, you know what, last game was a bit of a fluke. This game, I'm going to be able to get down my Lamb's Respites, as Kiana isn't on the table. Going to take that. I wonder if they go with Kali here.
If we get a run back, except the bot lanes are even more spicy, I would be happy.
I'm okay with that.
Of course, the Kiana has been banned, Which is wild to me because I did not feel like it was game-defining.
That's that Akali.
But if Wolfpack are able to grab the Akali and ban the Kiana, we are forced to see an even deeper champion pool here in the mid lane, and that didn't take very long at all.
Silas Hover coming on through. Some decent ults to steal here so far, as getting a couple extra dashes on the Silas through Akali, or Lamb's Respite, game-changing ultimate as well. You can take on the Silas, so gonna have to see if they end up locking this in. I think the propensity that we've seen so far towards melee assassin says yes, and Genshin addicts agree, so Silas going to be locked in. Keep in mind this can be flexed. Could still go top, especially if an Ornn is locked in here for Wolfpack.
So Silas does get thrown in, as you say, maybe flex top, but I would go so far as to say I expect it mid.
Yeah.
Given the champ pool so far.
Yeah, I'm curious to see the Morgana being taken away. I wonder if they're going to take away Lux as well. And also that Vladimir ban is kind of setting Wolfpack up for another gangplank, so that could be another option that Genshin could take away here as well.
Genshin looking towards that top lane. We joked about it during game number 1, but it really is on an island in this series, and for that reason, it is the most important. We're playing some LPL League of Legends, which means the full focus is down bottom. And as we skew towards the late game, whoever has won the top lane can exercise that power across the rest of the map.
I mean, if Wolfpack bans out another counter to Gangplank, Genshin could take it themselves. It's pretty good in the Caitlyn, and pressuring her with some range, and also pairs really well with Jhin, because once you cast that ultimate, obviously Jhin can follow up with that stun and go from there. But it seems like they have other ideas, taking away the Ornn themselves, and curious to see what top laner Genshin addicts lock in here. Now, they could choose to lock in their support and maintain that Silas flex possibly, but I think we all know the Silas is going mid, and R5 support counter pick could be really important, as Plux really cashed in last game, taking that Rakan.
Still has the Rakan available. Oh my god, do it to me. Give me the Galio support.
Okay, so we have double flex coming in for Genshin addicts. I like this. They're still keeping their cards close to their chest.
But give me Galio support.
I would...
but give me Galio support.
Okay.
I don't care if it's more likely mid.
Okay, we're gonna follow up with TJ.
I have my priorities, Matthew Cubby Samuelson.
I mean, I'm down for Galio's support. The Thresh is one of the better counters to it. They took that off the table, so could very easily
Morgana,
be that.
One of the better counters to it.
Yeah.
Take it off the table.
Wow, okay, so Genshin addicts still have some options available to them. Wolfpack.
Shen.
Gonna take that Shen.
Is that support or top? I suppose it could be either.
I'm gonna assume tops. They took away the Vladimir, but it could be either still. I'm not a huge fan of Shen support unless it's into Leona. And whoa, that is... Alright, just pick Blitzcrank.
Shen top, Lulu bot, Lulu Caitlyn bot, as you say.
I'm 100%
seriously
serious.
Limited in holding off engage, which means they must think this is Galio support, because there's no other reason for them to do that.
They should just take Blitzcrank. All the shields are going to be coming through, the silence against Kindred. I think it could be really good. That said, I think they're going to end up taking their top lane counter pick here, which they could just handshake. Oh, I'm a wizard. Let's go.
The wizard grabs a Blitzcrank. Genshin addicts actually dominate the bot lane off the back of that, I think.
It's so good in their draft.
That was exactly the lane they won through in the previous game, so this is a damn good sight if you're a fan of the Genshin addicts. The question marks have to skew towards the mid lane, where we have the Galio Akali lineup. Galio normally does pretty well into Akali, but this is going to be on a patch where Galio is especially weak, and into an Akali that is especially strong.
Yeah, I mean, the good things for Genshin addicts is that they should have a lot of tools to control the Akali, right? And you can also... Galio has a nice ult target with, obviously, the Cataclysm coming out from Jarvan. If anyone has flashed down on the side of Wolfpack, Genshin can easily pull the trigger and punish that and really heavily commit. That said, also, it's going to be much like last game, right? Can they punish Lamb's Respite? And that's why I really like the Blitzcrank pick, because the hook getting someone off that ability, not to mention the silence where you can delay that ability from coming down in the first place. I really, really like that last selection coming through. As you could hear, I was calling for it. I was like, please take Blitzcrank. It's so good into Lulu, not to mention the fact that you can take down all the shields as well with that silence. So I really, really appreciate the fact that they took that support counter pick, and I really think Genshin Addicts cashed in on that in theory. Now we're going to have to see if they can cash in throughout their play as well.
I'm sorry, we outdid ourselves. I thought draft number 1 was the best we were going to get today, but...
You like draft number 2 better?
Draft number 2 is exceeding it. We get a Blitzcrank, which is always my favorite. We follow through on the Galio, which is maybe my other most favorite character in League of Legends.
I apologize, it's not Galio support. I know you're rooting for it. I know it's in your blood.
When Blitzcrank comes out, I'm okay. Because if I have to make a trade, if I have to give up my Galio support, Blitzcrank's good.
Let's get some action going. Get the Blitzcrank in there.
So the static field is what you were super excited about, and I want to unpack that for a moment here. That is the ultimate for Blitzcrank, and one of the things it does a lot. It silences, it damages, but the most important thing in this matchup it does is it removes all shielding. Yeah,
I mean, it's going to be so good into pretty much every champion that they have on the side of Wolfpack, right? Because you can remove the shields from both Shen and Lulu, but also the silence coming down, it's really powerful into melees, right? It's like Akali jumping in. If you're able to silence her, knock her up, can really ruin her day. As you know, it buys you a half a second where, you know, if you chain that with a Galio taunt, a Galio knockup, some Jhin CC, you can all of a sudden, you know, turn a fight from, hey, Akali's in our backline and things are looking a little dangerous to, hey, we caught out Akali, right? We can turn it from there. So I really appreciate this pick coming through from Genshin Addicts.
Can I give you some insider information from the Twitch chat?
Yes.
Plux has hopped in the chat. He writes, my blitz sucks. Please no flame.
Well, Plux, we're going to have to see how good it
don't believe
is.
you.
I don't believe you either. You're going to have to prove us wrong coming into this game. As TJ, I'm glad that you liked the draft from door number 2, but we're going to have to see if we get any door number 3 drafts coming on out because Genshin Addicts,
oh, hell yeah.
They have the chance to stop it. And, you know,
Game 3, baby. Yeah. We're going all the way. Actually, okay, so let's unpack our ticket to Game 3. Wolfpack, of course, currently behind. I would say it has to still come from Raheem. There is a common denominator in Wolfpack's dominating wins. It is Raheem. He is on a very good pick for it here. The Caitlyn is sick. But I share your concerns about the Blitzcrank and bottom into Caitlyn Lulu.
I mean, they're putting all their cards in Raheem right off the bat, right? They pick the Shen top, they pick the Lulu support. They're really showing their hands like, hey guys, we're gonna really play around this first pick Caitlyn, make sure that she gets ahead and she's the one pumping out all the damage in these fights. But I'm with you. I really worried for them against this Blitzcrank, and whenever you get Blitzcrank in a game 2, level 1 cheese is something that's very viable. In solo queue, it's like, all right, guys, like, make sure like you don't AFK, like don't alt tab, like we have to like protect our entrances right off the bat. I want to see if Genshin Addicts have any sort of game plan, try and get one of their lanes ahead. You know, blowing a flash from Akali or Shen might be really powerful. Not to mention Lulu as well. If you blow Lulu's flash, she's always going to be under threat to die from one of those hooks landing.
And critically, how do you die Vasilion? That's my favorite part about the Genshin Addicts draft, is how do you die Vasilion? You've got the now buffed Galio ult, which is so good defensively now that it gives magic shield on cast. You've got Jarvan ready to cataclysm anyone who steps you forward. And you've got Blitzcrank there to AoE silence the Shen delivery systems, right?
Yeah.
Like, normally, it would be really easy to engage against the Jhin. You send the Akali and the Shen ults on top of them, right? But if you do that here, the Akali is going to be shielded against, if not cataclysmed. And when the Shen arrives, both he and the Akali are going to miss the benefits of that shielding thanks to the Blitzcrank ult.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a really good use of an R5 counter. Like a lot of times we see those picks going towards the solo lanes to make sure you get a good matchup. But I really like R5 supports coming on through because you can do something like this. And there's so many supports that are viable at the moment, that are strong. I think that Blitzcrank is one of them. And the fact that they took that Galio R4 still opened up a lot of doors for them. And Genshin Addicts saying, hey, we want to put that Galio mid, put Silas in a little bit of a tougher matchup in the top lane because we think this Blitzcrank is going to be worth it. So gonna have to see if that plays out to the tape they've drawn out for themselves, because it could be interesting if it does. And nothing is more exciting in League of Legends than a rocket grab landing, I've got to say.
No, yeah, I'm with you. I have to say the most undervalued part of a team comp, I think, is the support.
Yes.
And I see this even when you get like discussion about competitive play, because sure, the jungler determines what lanes win, the support determines what team fights win.
Ooh, I like that. That's quite the quote there, TJ.
Well, I mean, you're the giga-brained coach. Am I wrong?
There's like a lot of variables, but I think that for sure, like with junglers, jungle impact is a huge part of winning lanes, and supports like right now, I think they're so malleable that they like can really round out your team comp in a strong way. As we had a last second swap going through, and it appears that
top Galio.
Well, he could be going mid. They could swap up the solo lanes here.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Appears like Kandori is...
Depends how he positions.
Yeah, he's a little bit more comfortable on the Silas. So, smart 3-2-1.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
We were talking about it during the drafting. Kandori had only played Assassins, so it would have been wild, really, if he was like, I'm going to play Galio. It's my new favorite assassin.
Yeah, he seems
and it does look like he's heading top. So, there we go. Okay, so I wanna have this support conversation because I'm always curious to pick your brain. My reasoning for why supports are the most important role with regards to team fights is that the CC is who determines who can stand where and who wins team fights.
Yeah.
And supports are almost always the biggest sources of that in the game. They are normally the ones warding and controlling vision in the mid-late game phase, which also determines who wins team fights. So I really do feel like they are the deciding factor once you get past the 15-minute mark.
And now you're sounding like the Giga Brain play-by-play we have here at TJ.
As a color caster in other games.
I agree with a lot of that, especially like the map control part. Obviously, a huge part of supports. I always like to say, like, taking it even a step further, that supports kind of decide bottom lane. I think a lot of AD carry matchups right now are kind of decided by support matchups, and this is one of them, right? Like, Jhin and the Caitlyn is usually a soft counter, but the fact that you have Blitzcrank in this lane now, if some of those hooks land, it can be deadly.
Yeah, one Blitzcrank hook here could determine the lane.
Yes.
Which Flux knows. We're into it, by the way. Game number 2. Genshin Addicts taking up the red side. If they win one here,
good trade.
They win the series, they win the tournament. Basilian in trouble. Flux pushing forward. They have the rope. Colin with the early presence. Raheen ticking down on Ignite. Very low, will flash away. Slogan does not have that luxury. And first blood goes to Genshin Addicts.
Colin with the same pathing as the last game. He wasn't able to find it in the last one. Fell very far behind, but finds it now, and the buff gank works out for him, taking advantage of that Jarvan level 2 that is so incredibly strong. Able to get his bot lane ahead, and Caitlyn no flash against a Blitzcrank with a Lulu to help. It's going to be a scary bot lane for these guys.
Yeah, Slogan actually did have flash, by the way, but I don't think it would have got the back, so I think I agree with holding it. Seeing a little bit of that matchup we were talking about earlier. Galio normally does quite well into the Akali. Oh, the hook. Oh, that's dirty. Flash forward from Asilium, though. I don't know about that part. And now he's sorely missing it as he has to run away. He does have the rotate coming in to counter Nuri's presence in this lane, but it doesn't look like Colin's interested in fighting.
Okay, so the good thing is that because Nuri helped shove out that lane, they're going to get Caitlyn a good reset, right? So she's not going to miss too many creeps. That said, he is going to miss that crab in the bot side and is now under threat to get double crabbed. The fact that there's mid priority here. We could see a fight around this one as there is a counter mark.
dive in. Stupid will land the... Oh, that's good with the grand entrance already spent. Sorry. Colin's pinned. Kandori will arrive. Blaze still staying alive, very low on HP. Kandori has to flash away. There's the flag and drag over the top, and the taunt has already been deployed, and Colin has to leave fast. He can't find the kill. Nuri's got nothing left. But neither do Genshin Addicts.
But he has a mark on the crab.
Low HP players.
Got a mark on the crab and a dream. Gonna look like, I believe, first mark being acquired by Nuri. So that's gonna feel good for him.
With the home guards. This could be scary. Here comes Plux. Hook lands. Taunt confirmed. Kill right back over.
Love that timing from Plux as well, right? Because you can see his wave, it's shoving back into him. He's not going to miss a single thing. The fact that he gets his Sylas a kill, pretty big deal going into that Shen matchup, which is a matchup that Shen can actually pressure rather early. But if Sylas does get ahead in gold, that double amp tome should really help him get through that one.
Loving this game already.
It's fast. This is exactly what we wanted.
I'm so glad we decided to have a game 2.
I think we always decided on having a game 2, TJ.
You sure?
It's just up to these guys to decide if we have a game 3 or not.
I feel like at some point someone at Chili Mountain could have decided that it was VO1 all the way.
This is true.
Thank them for not doing that.
Yeah, we get some excitement here.
Some sick games. Genshin Addicts with the lead again in game 2, but it is the most tenuous of leads. The key points of it are that the bot lane is ahead to me, but that bot lane lead comes from bullying Slogan, not
look
from
at this.
Getting Raheen dead.
Yeah, I love this setup coming out from Genshin Addicts, the fact that this wave is pushing into them, and because the bot lane of Wolfpack would have to overextend for the CS, they actually just say, screw it, we're going to take these crabs, like we know we're under pressure now. And you can see Colin was lying in wait as well. So they were looking to make a play and further continue to punish that Caitlyn not having flash.
Definitely still in the area as well. He's getting crab if I'm not mistaken.
Oh yeah, Jarvan's not leaving that lane. He does not care about the Shen lane. He is just going to spend all of his time down here.
Dropping young Sheldon there. Plux is sitting in the bush a little bit further forward than they anticipate. The Drake will be picked up, so they ought to know that there's trouble. No hook comes out of the bot side. Kandori has been trying to break that freeze up top for a moment. Modified did build out a pretty lethal CS advantage there.
Jarvan is coming on over as the Blasco, and here we come. Here we go.
Flax in for the hook, looking for Raheen. TP will be from across the map. Stand united as well. They are outnumbered in this lane, and Plux will pay for it. There is the heroic entrance. Oh, it's huge! The taunt as well. Plux goes down nonetheless, but underneath the turret, Asilian will grab Blaze. He'll fall in trade. No HP on Raheen. He goes down to the turret shot. A double kill credit to Asilian as Slogan runs for his life again. He will escape, but Genshin Addicts get a huge bot lane team fight win.
And honestly, I like the idea from Wolfpack, right? I mean, we knew that play was coming. They knew that play was coming. They commit both of or one TP, the Shen ult as well, to go all in. But Genshin Addicts, they respond appropriately. That Galio coming in really gave them so much time to stall this one out. And because of that time they bought, they ended up coming out on top of this trade.
Is it just me or just modified? So my big love here, I guess, is the heroic entrance.
Yeah.
Like, the second he manages to lock down the entire team, give that magic shielding like I was talking about, like, that fight is just over.
Yeah, and it was at the perfect placement too, right? Like, under the tower, everyone had to escape to reset that dive, and Slogan.
Oh, what a hook. Slogan in trouble again, will just get destroyed by this duo with the Great Polymorph to slow down Asilian, though. They're not going to be able to confirm the kill, and he has to turn actually real fast to get Raheen. And there is Kandori with the Shen ulti, like you said. Stole it away. He'll die to this turret. Slogan gets credit for the kill though, so it could be worse. And the curtain call will be there. Positive trade still for Genshin Addicts. A little bit wild to get there, though.
Yeah, I really don't think they care that Sylas went down. Look at that CS gap that is starting to take place in that lane. Just a massive lead for Asilian. And, you know, we talked about how this is like a soft counter of a lane. Well, when you get this far ahead, not to mention just in CS, but also now in levels too, it doesn't matter, right? This lane's over. This is all Jhin Blitzcrank.
All Asilian all the way. I do want to call out, because it risks being lost in this game state, that Modified has actually done a sick job in his lane.
Yeah.
He had a freeze going against Kandori up there and was just dominating him in CS.
Yeah, he's Shen, very powerful early, and the fact that Kandori has gotten onto the map so many times means that he does find himself with a pretty good lead. So we're gonna have to see if that continues. Shen can drive that one home, especially with the Tiamat and what I'm guessing is gonna be rushing, which is Titanic Hydra in this one. So a lot of wave clear and power for him early.
What a fight. We'll counter what Kandori does arrive. So I want to also note that across the map, the gold lead is non-existent. This is a tight game, gold speaking.
Uh-oh.
Kandori really thirsting for this, and I don't know why. He doesn't back up.
Yeah, so
He
it's...
will, and he's setting up for the Rift Herald.
The gold lead is tied, but where the gold is so much more important for Genshin Addicts, right? Raheen isn't getting gold. He is the carry of this team, right? They commit the Kindred ult, they have a Lulu buffing up this Caitlyn. The fact that he is this far behind is huge for Genshin Addicts, right? So it's even in gold, but they have gold on better members, which is why we think we're really far ahead at this point.
Over the wall, modified in the rate to contest. Colin playing safe as Blaze lurks from the bush. Kandori has Lamb's Respite, which is worth noting because that could get ugly during a team fight, but it won't be forced. Wolfpack back away, Genshin Addicts grab the Rift Herald.
Yeah, and good use of them. You know, they crashed a big wave in that top lane, really opened things up around that Rift, not to mention that Galio can pretty much get shoved in this wave whenever he wants, as, uh-oh, here we go.
Hex flash in, Slogan's grabbed, underneath the turret he pinned, and he is gone. Now the chase is up. Raheen running for his life inside the curtain call, Pluck's just zoning him back. There are 3 consecutive shots connected and 2 consecutive kills in the bot lane for Resilient.
Hey TJ, remember when Pluckx came into the chat before this game and said, hey guys, don't flame me,
We
my voice
didn't
crank's
believe
really
him.
bad. We didn't believe him, this is why. Pluckx, you are lying out of your butt. It is so easy to see. These guys have just been dominating this lane, and once again, that counter pick really coming up big in this one as they continue to cash in on this bot lane and cash in on the stud carry of this team. Cillian, 6-1 in this game.
Ooh. Nori in onto Nori. Does blow the Lamb's Respite. 2 Lamb's Respites potentially available as the Stamina United will be blown. Kandori's got to get out. He loses that trade and goes down. Here is the arrival from Blaze to confirm the kill. It will be a Cataclysm spent onto Nori. He spends his own Lamb's Respite to stay alive. Grand Entrance will come through. It's too late. Nori goes down. Raheen finding the kills here at the back of this fight. Will grab Stupid down to no HP. Blaze has to confirm it, and he will. Big trouble for Genshin inside the jungle, as Cillian has nobody left to defend him, and they go a little bit too far. Wolfpack are there to punish.
That is huge for Wolfpack, right? The fact they get that shutdown gold onto the Caitlyn, really going to help get Raheen back into this game. They're a big carry, and an overextension coming in, and I gotta say, Kandori doesn't seem like a Kindred player, because that Lamb's Respite was really poorly timed coming out of him.
Yeah, he, like, spent it to save Nuri.
Yeah.
Like, that was around the time I was waiting for Nuri to spend his Lamb's Respite, which is why I felt it was so important to point out that it was Kandori's.
Yeah, and also like the fact they were like going into that choke, they weren't able to get on the Caitlyn. I mean, yes, Caitlyn's really far behind, but she's still pretty strong when she has a BF sword and Berserker Freeze.
Show me the play! Woo!
Back to the rocket grab. No, every reason to be hyped over that one, as these guys playing really, really well in the spot lane.
But they have just been kind of knocked down a peg because of that jungle fight, right? Kandori gets really over-aggressive here.
Yeah.
And as a result of this, I'm actually pretty worried for Genshin Addicts. They may have just lost everything they earned in this fight.
Yeah, and look at like just how deep both Colin went, Kandori went. Like they can't follow up with a Cillian. The Cillian had to commit his flash to get that single kill, and now he doesn't have flash, and he's just chased down.
Hold up, the map changed there because we got Infernal Soul. That gave Raheen access to that fight.
Oh my god,
he was kind of awkwardly positioned, and right as the fight turns, the wall melts, and he just walks forward and finds a kill.
That's actually
in trouble here.
Oh boy.
Flux will go in, and they turn the tables, blowing up Nuri. Here comes the taunt as well to stop the dive onto Asilian. Asilian will stand united as well. He kites so well. Blaze now will find one, and that is it. It is not the target he was hoping for. Plex is gone, but that is the support. And Asilian stands tall at the very back of this fight. Needs to find the kills, though.
Oh, they got
He's
this.
Only
they got this.
found one. Here comes Colin. There's the second. Slogan detonated, and I told you it didn't matter as long as Asilian stayed alive.
11-2 and 2, the big carry of this team showing up. Props to Kandori. He didn't make it to the fight because Shen did cancel that Shen ult that Sai was stole. That was a mouthful as we tried to figure that one out. But the fact that Asilian got that massive shield, was able to stay in the fight, is the reason they were able to take this one. And oh man, Genshin Addicts looking really good as I think they're really using
the full Secret Service effort to protect Asilian in that fight.
I mean,
check this out.
Well, I mean, first off, Nuri, I don't know what you're doing there, but dies after flashing, and then, yeah, here it comes. Oh, the knock-up, too. They can't... Oh, my goodness. That's sick play coming out here.
Sacrificing himself to make sure that Asilian gets to this bush. He spends Curtain Cold, doesn't do a whole lot. You're like, oh, maybe we're in trouble. And then he starts auto-attacking. And you're like, oh.
Oh, yeah, he has an Infinity Edge plus a Zeal. Oh, boy. Goodbye.
Good lord.
Yeah, it's almost like the coach of Genshin Addicts said, like, hey, guys, if you smash this one, you get to go back to playing Genshin. And they're like, okay, yeah, we got this, Because they are smashing this one as Smart 3-2-1, going to go back to his alter ego, Stupid 1-2-3.
Rough times.
Yeah, rough times. A little overextension.
Alright, we'll get gold back in his pocket. Raheen needed something as well from that last fight. I think it's worth noting that he didn't really get it. He got one of the kills. I believe that was onto Stupid. So he's he's feeling ADC gaps right now.
Did you see that Q land on Lulu? Sephiroth? I mean, it bounced off 3 minions, but still. Oh my god. Luck. This
it's
is
a rough time to be against Asilian and Flux.
I feel like Blaze is like...
This bot lane is legit.
Blaze has to feel like he's in solo queue right now.
What does that mean, Cubby?
It means that he's doing pretty well in this game, and then he looks bot and he's like, teammates, what are you doing? Come on.
Okay. Alright.
Come on.
Alright. I thought... Okay.
Oh, no, come on, I'm not flaming players like that.
I mean, you kind of are flaming players, just not Blaze.
Yeah, just not Blaze.
Blaze, with the solo queue positioning, will get caught out here. Stand United will be spent to try and keep him alive. He'll go back in. Does get annihilated. His shield stripped instantly by the ult from Flux. And now the chase is on behind the turret. Colin polymorphs. That makes it dangerous. But the turret does go down to a single order from Asilian. And Modified will just get burned away at Flux. Held this fight for him.
He's so big.
Held the phone so that Asilian could come forward, and it may not be enough. He lacks the damage. He'll ult, trying to get the curtain call out before he gets headhunted, but Raheen finds it with the ace in the hole. Now this is not a fight Genshin Addicts can keep chasing.
And Asilian bites off a little bit more than he can chew there. The fact that he took a couple tower shots, Hex Drinker doesn't stop that damage from coming on through, so ends up going down to the ace in the hole, and a little bit of an overextension as these guys maybe trying to play a little bit too fast. This dragon should still go over to them, but... Oh, no.
They don't have...
Well, they have Colin, but they don't have members now. TP's committed. Yeah. They lose the dragon.
That will be the pickup. Nuri scooping it up. And Wolfpack get the Drake, which was all important given the Genshin Addicts were almost at soul point. It is worth noting through all of this, the gold gap, guess what, Cubby, is 2K. That's it.
Yes, and importantly, when Genshin Addicts are overextended and making these mistakes, the gold is going on to Caitlyn, right? Caitlyn gets another shutdown on Asilian there from the ace in the hole. Yeah, she's still very far behind on items, but if she's able to base here...
That will change.
Yeah, and she's 4 creeps away from finishing her coal as well, which is a nice spike of gold.
Is that call late, or has she just been bullied that much?
She's been bullied that much. She got that first base when she died first.
It is rough.
Yeah.
For how well Raheen has been playing, it is rough. Because we're talking about the ADC gap that currently exists. I can't stress enough, Raheen is playing out of his mind. It is just Flux making that bot lane. I guess that's where the real gap is.
Yeah, and you know we can see the replay coming on through here as this Akali gets just
Watch Flux.
annihilated.
Watch Flux strip the shield for the Stand United.
Oh, yeah, that's the power of Blitzcrank coming through. Now, the big issue with this fight is that Necillion, he starts tanking a couple tower shots here. And that's when things get a little bit shady. He can't go past this tower until it goes down. He opts to walk up. Yes, he ends up getting the shot here, but bites off a little bit more than he can chew. With Caitlyn having the red buff and that shield from Lulu. And, well, Hex Drinker doesn't stop Ace in the hole from coming on through.
I didn't realize that Raheem had found the kill onto Stupid. I will fight that.
Yeah, he's starting to get some gold, just wrapped up the coal, and also, so curiously, goes for a Hurricane, right? And a couple of you might be like, why did he go for Hurricane, right? Like, it doesn't work on Caitlyn that way anymore. As TJ, it's your turn. We have only action.
It's fine. Keep telling me
Oh,
about
okay.
Hurricane.
So the Hurricane, it used to stack up Caitlyn's headshot really fast. Might seem a little bit awkward, but they're into 4 melees, right? And so Hurricane actually becomes a really good item when you're into a lot of melees. And, you know, relying on a Lulu to give him some more protection. Doesn't feel like he needs the Phantom Dancer yet. And usually only a 1-0 item too, so I think that...
That
boy.
Cataclysm is huge, but it's
Where's
so
Galio?
over-aggressive.
Where's Galio?
It was a good Cataclysm, but there's nobody to back it up. Slogan gets deleted almost as fast, though, so it's a 1-for-1 trade. Flux flashes in, gets the knock-up. Raheem in trouble. Will kite back. There's the TP into the back lines. Modified, already gone. Lancer Spike will be dropped. Blaze trying to find the damage. Kandori kept up with the Lancer Spike. Will go aggressive. Raheem kites it back. Raheem's still alive. Will confirm the kill onto him, but I don't know that this is winnable. Nuri needs to trade out. We'll get the heal in a moment from the Lancer Spike. Does stay alive through the bush. And it's Asilian versus Raheem for all intents and purposes. Everyone else is dead or so low it doesn't matter. And Asilian turns it down.
I mean, hey, an even fight at this point, more gold on the Raheem is big, but...
There it is. Into the trades. Dodges out. Now Asilian should lose this, but his auto attacks do so much. He missed all of his skill shots and still wins.
The heal comes up big there for Asilian as he ends up taking that one and able to keep on staying on the map. Not to mention, I think, some lifesteal from runes as well. And honestly, Asilian, he only has 15 kills in 21 minutes. So I feel like, you know...
What a nerd!
Yeah, I mean, that's why he was really fishing for that one so hard. He feels like he's behind.
I'm amazed he stayed in that. He was like, he was so sure he could win that. I don't know. Wild. Okay, so Genshin Adex now with a lead off the back of that technically one fight will force the Baron. It is worth noting that they are doing that as we do get a reconnect.
Yeah, Slogan needed to leave and come back. He needed to install his scripts, come back on this one.
You're not allowed to say that on broadcast?
Sorry. Sorry. We got the message from producers, don't mention the fact that he is installing many scripts right now. And I just misread that, so I apologize.
So this from Colin was actually very awkward.
Yeah, he was feeling a little bit too alpha, whereas Flux, I love watching Flux just make that shield disappear. That's like 700 health.
Raheem kiting this back, stays alive through all of it. Modified goes in to try and protect the TP though, just get that annihilated.
Yeah,
so Blaze needs to go huge.
Raheem played this fight honestly fantastically. The fact, like, he doesn't even have Lulu helping him out now, and is able to play around with his range to, you know, not get involved with Asilian, but managed to keep pumping out damage as Asilian managed to clean up there. Nuri, nice sidestep here, and then we have the 80 carries going for the skill check. Usually you don't beat the 15 380 carry, but I respect the effort coming out from Raheem.
Kyler, what was that? The 80 carry fight wasn't worth watching?
Okay. We're going to see it. With TJ, just, you know, sometimes when...
Producer Kyler?
Yeah, it's just, you know, we're nice to producer Kyler, and then he doesn't... Then we see the true TJ
I give
come
and
out.
I take.
Yeah, he gives and he takes. As... looks like instead of
live, though.
Yeah, instead of that fight, we're back to live as Kandori, really thinking about hitting that siege minion. Oh boy.
Yeah. Oh, ulti across the map just goes into stasis to avoid it.
Woo.
And over the wall he goes. Nicely done, stealing the perfect execution for that escape.
Now, amongst all the craziness and
Flux!
oh my
The
god.
hook!
Oh my god.
Flux with a huge hook, and Raheem's just gone.
Good night.
Asilian finds the kill, and this is the fight over and done with. That was one of the greatest Blitzcrank hooks of the game, and it has competition. A triple kill for Asilian. And Wolfpack are knocked down again by Genshin Addicts. They will accelerate through the mid lane. This would be a 2-0 win of the Grand Finals if they can confirm it. And it looks like we're at least trying for it. Drake being picked up by the roam. There go the inhib turrets. That should be all.
They've only got 2 creeps. Respawn's come back in. Colin already split off to get the dragon, but still, what a hook coming through from Pluxx. I mean, he just plucked Caitlyn right out from the entire team. He's like, just fire and prayer, finds the magical Caitlyn, and that's the fight right there, right? When he goes down, I mean, Caitlyn is the linchpin of what this comp is built around. If you take him off the map immediately, easy wipe, and we saw that right there.
Pluxx, not Flux. I apologize. Dyslexia gets the better of me when I don't have player names in advance. Tourney in trouble.
I thought it was just British accent this time.
Will drop the Lamb's Respite to try and stay alive, but I don't fancy his chances here. He gets polymorphed right as the Lamb's Respite is about to end, so he can't dash over the wall.
Beautiful polymorph coming on out. Curious to see Raheem going for the double Zeal build. Usually we see Stormrazor coming on through. Something that Freak is very vocal about. As, oh my god.
Asilian!
Oh
Nuri does get the Lamb's Respite down. Asilian's backed up by the heroic entrance. He's going to be chased by Modified, but kites it very well. Pluxx now in, but Blaze onto the back lines will get destroyed. Pluxx finds the picks, and Slogan and Raheem kiting from the back need to go huge. So far, so good. Stupid does get picked up. Raheem is still doing big damage, and Colin has no HP remaining. Asilian's the new focus. He gets chunked. Raheem, huge damage onto everyone who challenges him. There's the kill onto Colin, but it does get their carry out. Asilian can back away because Colin lays down his life. Will he do anything with it? Raheem on the chase is too scared of Pluxx to commit.
He really likes those skill checks, Raheem. But no, Asilian played that fight beautifully at the start. He flashed away from the taunt of the Shen and then sidestepped the backflip shuriken coming out from Akali as well. So Asilian, fantastic job. Not to mention Raheem utilizing the terrain and staying back in the fight. He wasn't pressured as he wasn't the initial target. And this Caitlyn, even though I guess she's not even behind. No one's going to be ahead of Asilian at this point. Yeah, she is starting to really pump out some damage with this Lulu.
Here is the mid-fight. Thank you very much, producer Kyler. So he misses the skill shot here, and I think, you know, that's over and done with. But Raheem, he throws an auto into the turret. That legitimately loses him the fight.
Oh, I didn't catch that. As nice grab here. Oh, okay, here we go. God hands.
Boom!
You can't beat that hook, and ends up going down immediately. And you can see, I mean, once that hook lands, like you don't even need to talk in comments. Just like, all right, go. Just everyone use everything. We win. Doesn't matter. Just go find everyone, and they managed to take down the entire team. As now a 6K gold lead, and Wolfpack really far behind at this point. As Genshin Addicts on the red side here, trying to close this one out and get the clean 2-0 off the back of Asilian, who's still only a little bit fed. Just a little.
19-3 at his KD.
Honestly, could be doing way better. I think he really needs to step it up.
Does Asilian hit 20 kills this game?
Yes. I think, does he hit 25? I think that's the question.
Does he hit 30?
We'll see how long this game goes, but...
big hook. Nuri in trouble. Will drop the Lamb's Respite. Can he get back over the wall? Yes. Can he survive the experience? Also, yes. Good wild growth keeps him up.
Yeah, so actually...
this curtain call. This isn't going to find the kill.
It's... Okay, just kind of tickles Modified, who's still very tanky. Pluxx actually making a small error on the Blitzcrank. You can chain the silence while your rocket grab is still going. If he does that, I think they find the kill on Nuri. Instead, able to get Lamb's Respite down. So, Pluxx, you know, maybe showing why he called himself a bad Blitzcrank player, even though none of us really believe that. He's been a beast this game. Oh my god.
Blaze trying to chase up top is getting zoned away by Stupid and Colin, who are so tanky. Blaze just isn't a real threat to him. And that super minion wave in the mid is just taking its toll over time, as it will mean that the shove gets closer and closer for Wolfpack. They'll engage onto Colin, trying to zone away the split push, and it works, but they have to give up the turret as a result of the positioning. Modified goes back forward, but doesn't have the damage. That inhib turret is just gone. Wolfpack surge forward. They're going to be able to grab this inhib as well. I just realized our team names are backwards. Genshin Addicts, that is, surging forward. Grabbing the second inhib.
And it seems as though they might reset for this dragon. I'm not sure if they're going to try and sneak in a reset or if they just start the setup around it now. But if they get that, it's Infernal Soul. And if this Jhin wasn't hitting hard enough already, this would help as... Oh boy, here we go.
Here we go. They're all clumped up. A huge flank for Genshin Addicts. They'll go in for the fight. Raheen kiting out, stays alive through the Cataclysm. Can he keep going? Stand United keeps him up, but Raheen will go down. Asilian is cleaned up the rest of the fight in the meantime. He'll find a triple kill to close out this game, and it is 2-0 in the tournament finals to Genshin Addicts, as there is nothing that Wolfpack can do anymore.
And he
$500 prizing. The lion's share of which will go to Genshin Addicts as they clean up the Tournament of Terror presented by Chilling Mountain.
And he doesn't quite get the 25 kills, but I think Asilian will take 22 as what a performance coming out from him and Pluxx in this bot lane, taking that R5 Blitzcrank and taking it to the bot lane of Wolfpack, who had been dominant throughout this entire tournament, but once you beat Asilian and Pluxx, they will change some minds and turn some heads. They did that just there.
You can invest all that money into your anime girls.
Oh, yes.
It's a very expensive habit to have, I'm told.
Back to Genshin. As TJ has now gotten through the tutorial, and these guys all just probably deposited the $100 in their accounts, so...
Yeah, I think some of it's in pricing, though, so you'll have to, like, sell some of the pricing.
Yeah.
There is your final stat screen. As you say, Asilian really letting us down. Only 22 kills over the course of the game.
I mean, like, this guy being 16 years old, you know, playing in SGC on Mirage, who was, you know, arguably a top 5 team throughout the year. You know, we expected a lot out of Asilian, and I have to say, he really just dropped the ball. Oh, wait, does that 40k damage? All right, never mind. I think he passes here, as Asilian having himself a game and a day as well, as he goes undefeated with his roster today.
Very, very impressive from Raheen as well over the course of the tournament. Obviously, he was getting bullied this game, but I mean, despite that, he was still a big presence. I'm very curious to see a lot of these players going forward, Raheen included.
Yeah.
Asilian and Pluxx included. Pluxx, I apologize for misreading your name for much of the tournament, but I'm legitimately dyslexic. Cut me some slack. Very impressive Blitzcrank, very impressive on basically everything he pulled out in the support role.
Yeah, top of ladder for both AD carry and support. These guys, I know Pluxx is over 1k LP. Asilian, I believe, is around 600 LP at the moment, but, you know, his peak challenger multiple times. These guys are two pretty good prodigies that we have coming on up through the system, and good to see them show that off today, as they really took it to what you mentioned, a good bot lane in Raheen and Slogan as well. I mean, they played really well in the first game of the day. Asilian and Pluxx getting the best of them here, but still good players and fun to see some young talent showing up for the Tournament of Terror.
It was a sick Tournament of Terror, Cubby. I really enjoyed it. I'd like to give a huge shout out to our support, producer Kyler.
Yes.
Saving the day, carrying just as much as Pluxx. You can find him on the internet as KTAD, that's K followed by TAD. Cubby on Twitter, at Cubbyxx, was my co-caster for day 2. We had Frank Nightstar Pang for day number 1. My name's TJ, at EsportsTJ. Huge shout out to Chilling Mountain, who of course put all of this on. You can find them, you're presumably watching on their Twitch channel. You can find all their social media at Chilling Mountain. So please do. We want them to run more tournaments. And of course, Xtrike-Me for sponsoring the entire event. They are Xtrike-Me. If you just type that into Google, you can find all of their fine peripherals, keyboards, headsets, mice, the like. Any final words, Cubby?
No, TJ, had a blast as always casting with you. And also thanks to Chilling Mountain for having both of us on. It was a really good time in this tournament, and glad some really good, talented players show up in some pretty high-level games. So I like the fact we saw some creative picks, saw some meta picks, and a lot of players showing out.
I'm told we may have an interview, so we're gonna hold the phone for like 20 seconds. We might be able to grab Colin in here, which would be very exciting. We can ask him what's up with the Jarvan.
Yeah. Made sense when you combine it with the Galio and the Silas. Game 1, I wasn't as convinced, but, you know, Pluxx really able to shut down the Kindred as well. taking away that Lamb's respite, which is so crucial. And yeah, good to see Colin pulling off an old favorite. And you know, TJ, you mentioned LPL style games. Wouldn't it be LPL without random Jarvans popping up?
We had 6 series. Like, I think that was some of the fastest amateur League of Legends I've ever seen.
I mean, 2 kills a minute. That's doesn't disappoint.
Yeah, and that was something we were talking about earlier. Like, you were saying that your big focus with your teams, and I think a lot of NA right now is trying to speed up the gameplay. Because NA has this we're gonna, you know, farm up, play this sort of weird off-meta Korean style where we farm up our AD carries for 20 minutes and then see if we can win the late game fights. And what has really enthused me about the amateur scene as a whole is that NA still has the star AD carry talent, but we're using them now. We're using them in the first 20 minutes of the game. You can see them play through those bot lanes by repeatedly ganking them. And that's the sort of stuff that I'm excited about.
Yeah, I think the real struggle with like what we've seen out of NA and LCK has been the fact that when Dragon is down, they just handshake and don't do anything. And a lot of the kills we saw today were, you know, some over-aggression and some mistakes coming through, but it's good to see teams, you know, making plays when no objectives are on the map, because that's what really has separated the LPL teams and the EU teams from the rest of the world. LCK has now obviously caught up, so we're able to get their teams through the groups as well. And so, sorry for the spoilers at Worlds, but at this point, if you didn't see it, you know, it's kind of everywhere.
Get better,
so.
get better.
Yeah,
as my good friend Matt would say, he cast the LPL, and he always said, in the LPL, grabbing kills is an objective. And the rest of the world has kind of caught up.
Yes.
We are still waiting on confirmation of that call interview. I believe we're getting it right now. If he's grabbing water, Kyler, we may just pull this, but I mean, Colin's got to be hydrated.
First off, if he's grabbing water, he can't join the cast because you have to have tea on this cast.
I don't have any tea. I haven't had time in between the games after game number 1.
Wow. TJ, I'm very disappointed. Usually we have the tea unity going on. You'll be happy to know. My tea had mint
water
and honey
bottle,
in it.
and then I decided I would change it up, so I have another blue water bottle.
Oh. I can change it up and have some emergency water as well. Yeti.
That's good. I miss being a color caster, man, because you just like don't have to like drink water or worry about your voice. You can just be there and talk.
Wow.
Take sips of your water at a luxurious pace.
I have filled in for play-by-play here and there, and so like the reason I'm not like, wow, you're just totally insulted color casters, because that is very true. You guys have to use your voice a lot more.
I remember one of the most infuriating experiences of my life was casting like 3 days straight of the Arena of Valor finals in Brazil. And it's like hot, and I'm suffering, and I'm drinking like...
You guys were outside?
So much when we were inside, so there was air conditioning, but it was still hot.
Okay. It's Brazil.
And I was drinking so much water every single game because my voice was just dying. And my co-caster is just like grabbing a latte from the hotel and just showing up next to me and just sipping it casually over the course of the game. I'm like, I am suffering for my art here. And Jeff, if you are out there, you know who you are, is just standing next to me and being like, yeah, and their team composition here is really exciting because...
I mean, I'm all for vanilla lattes, but yeah, that's pretty infuriating. I do like the honey tea, though. I take notes from the greats being TJ. Very important for your vocal diet.
Vocal diet?
Yeah. I just came up with that now. Do you like it?
No, because it implies that I'm eating vocal cords. Or consuming words.
I assume that would be bad for your vocal diet if you ate vocal cords.
I think that's true.
I'm sticking to it.
All right, we're filling. Kyler, do we have confirmation on Colin? We got him. I'm excited. The interview, of course, is Colin, who just won the tournament over on that Genshin Addict side. Boom. Colin! Tell me why I should play Genshin Impact.
Okay, so starting off...
I don't have any audio, Kyler.
Oh. How do I fix it?
I'm getting audio from the other things, but not from Colin, unfortunately. All right, give me hand
Hello?
signals as to why we should play Genshin Impact.
Hello, testing.
Okay, on a scale of thumbs up to thumbs down, how do you feel about that grand finals? All right, 2 thumbs up or just 1 thumbs up?
There we go. All right, I think we got you
Hello?
now, Colin.
I can.
Hello.
I can hear
Yeah, how are you?
myself
Okay,
echoing.
we can hear you. Very exciting.
Yeah, there we go.
So you guys just had a great series. We were loving the drafts in it. Could you explain 2 things for us? Why do you love Jarvan? He's a little bit out of meta. And what's up with the Kiana?
Okay, so Kandori is a very well-known Kiana one-trick. So
Okay.
he branches out a little bit, but Kiana is his most famed pick, right? So like,
That's really cool.
you know, he's really good at Kiana, so we just picked the Kiana. For me, I'm an Evelyn one-trick, and I don't have hands. So when I was invited to play in this tournament, they told me, you're going on tank duty. And I said, okay. And then we're cashing out free money. A Cillian gap.
Worked out. You got to be that
Well,
second support, and it was the second support for that bot lane. Cillian just absolutely dominated. Are you playing around him from moment 1, or are you like adapting to that as he gets more and more fed over the course of the games?
Basically, I just do whatever he tells me to. Because, like, you know, I'm like, okay, you know, I kind of want to go mid, and he's like, no, come bot. I'm like, okay. Whatever you want. So,
Well, it seemed to work out pretty well for you in that one.
oh yeah, no, it worked out
I guess-
wonderfully.
Yeah, I guess like moving like into like other stuff, playing with Cillian and playing with Plux. I mean, these guys are they have some competitive experience behind them. Like, how do they kind of like lead the team, and also like what do you pick up from them as well? Like when you're on a squad with them.
The main thing that I've picked up is, I know it's a really small thing, but like, because I main Eve, I basically always full clear all my camps, and
Yeah.
like, they kept flaming me for AFK farming, so I would just like, now I actually skip camps and play the game properly a little bit better. You know?
Yeah, we were
So
I've
what
been
you're saying is
farming
that
around
when you're on
things.
Eve, you don't need a hands or brain.
Yeah, exactly. You just
Just
AFK
quick.
clear into
Yeah.
one lane and you gank it. It's amazing.
Very nice.
we were noticing the double buff into bot lane gank that you were pulling out by the final game of the finals, and that started really working. All right, I'm going to let you go. Do you have any final words? Anyone you would like to thank as the champion of our Tournament of Terror, the scariest of all players?
I don't know. I'd like to thank my friends for inviting me on this wonderful experience. Like, it was fun. Got to, you know,
Aw.
say I beat a 900 LP jungler. You know, I'm just happy.
I think you should
Very
say that
nice.
as often as you're given the opportunity. All right, thank you very much, Colin. Have a great rest of your day. Congratulations on your win. Thank you very much again
Right.
to all of our production here at the Tournament of Terror. His name is Kyler, and he is fantastic. He is it. He has done a great job over the course of the day, and of course, he's been supported by our admins, Chillrock, Fizz, Sid, and Snarf, who've been running things behind the scenes. I hope you have a great rest of your day in the chat. We are going to end this broadcast here. For now, have a great night. He'll find a triple kill to close out this game, and it is 2-0 in the tournament. They win the series, they win the tournament. Cillian in trouble. Flux pushing forward. They have
Jarvan's
the rope.
here.
Colin with the early presence. Raheen ticking down on Ignite. Very low, will flash away. Slogan does not have that luxury. And first blood goes to Genshin Addicts.
As the last cone, here we come. Here we go.
Flax in for the hook, looking for Raheem. TP will be from across the map. Stand United as well. They are outnumbered in this lane, and Pluxx will pay for it. There is the heroic entrance. Oh, it's huge! The taunt as well. Pluxx goes down nonetheless, but underneath the turret, Asilian will grab Blaze. He'll fall in trade. No HP on Raheem. He goes down to the turret shot. A double kill credit to Asilian as Slogan runs for his life again. He will escape, but Genshin Addicts get a huge bot lane team fight win.
And pretty much get shoved in this wave whenever he wants as, here we go.
Hex flash in, Slogan's grabbed, underneath the turret he's pinned, and he is gone. Now the chase is up. Raheem running for his life inside the curtain call. Pluxx just zoning him back. There are 3 consecutive
in this game.
Nuri in onto Nuri. Does blow the Lamb's Respite. 2 Lamb's Respites potentially available as the Stamina United will be blown. Kandori's got to get out. He loses that trade and goes down. Here is the arrival from Blaze to confirm the kill. It will be a Cataclysm spent onto Nuri. He spends his own Lamb's Respite to stay alive. Grand Entrance will come through. It's too late. Nuri goes down. Raheem finding the kills here at the back of this fight. Will grab Stupid down to no HP. Blaze has to confirm it, and he will. Big trouble for Genshin inside the jungle. Asilian has nobody left to defend him, and they go a little bit too far. Wolfpack are there to punish. Wall melts, and he just walks forward and finds a kill.
That's actually
in trouble here.
Oh boy.
Pluxx will go in, and they turn the tables, blowing up Nuri. Here comes the taunt as well to stop the dive onto Asilian. Asilian will stand United as well. He kites so well. Blaze now will find one, and that is it. It is not the target he was hoping for. Plex is gone, but that is the support. And Asilian stands tall at the very back of this fight. He needs to find the kills, though.
Oh, they got this.
Only found one. Here comes Colin. There's the second. Slogan detonated, and I told you it didn't matter as long as Asilian stayed alive. Okay.
Oh no, come on, I'm not flaming players like that.
I mean, you kind of are flaming players, just not Blaze.
Yeah, just not Blaze.
Blaze with the solo queue positioning will get caught out here. Stand United will be spent to try and keep him alive. He'll go back in, does get annihilated. His shield stripped instantly by the ult from Flux, and now the chase is on behind the turret. Colin polymorphs, that makes it dangerous. But the turret does go down to a single order from Asilian, and Modified will just get burned away at Flux. Held this fight for him.
He's so big.
Held the phone so that Asilian could come forward, and it may not be enough. He lacks the damage. He'll ult, trying to get the curtain call out before he gets headhunted, but Raheem finds it with the ace.
On to Lulu to give him some more protection. Doesn't feel like he needs the Phantom Dancer yet. And usually only go 1 Zeal item too, so I think that...
that boy. Cataclysm is huge, but it's so over-aggressive.
Where's Galio?
It was a good Cataclysm, but there's nobody to back it up. Slogan gets deleted almost as fast, though, so it's a 1-for-1 trade. Flux flashes in, gets the knockup. Raheem in trouble. Will kite back. There's the TP into the back lines. Modified, already gone. Lamb's Respite will be dropped. Blaze trying to find the damage. Kandori kept up with Lamb's Respite. Will go aggressive. Raheem kites it back. Raheem's still alive. Will confirm the kill onto him, but I don't know that this is winnable. Nuri needs to trade out. We'll get the heal in a moment from the Lamb's Respite. Does stay alive through the bush, and it's Asilian versus Raheem for all intents and purposes. Everyone else is dead or so low it doesn't matter. And Asilian turns it down.
I mean, hey, an even fight at this point. More gold on the Raheem is big, but
there it is. Into the trades. Dodges out. Now Asilian should lose this, but his auto attacks do so much. He missed all of his skill shots. Nicely done, stealing the perfect execution for that escape.
Now, amongst all the craziness and
oh
my god.
The hook!
Oh my god.
Flux with a huge hook, and Raheem's just gone.
Good night.
Asilian finds the kill, and this is the fight over and done with. That was one of the greatest Blitzcrank hooks of the game, and it has competition. A triple kill for Asilian.
Already. This would help as, oh boy, here we go.
Here we go, they're all clumped up. A huge flank for Genshin Addicts. They'll go in for the fight. Raheem kiting out, stays alive through the Cataclysm. Can he keep going? Stand United keeps him up, but Raheem will go down. Asilian cleaned up the rest of the fight in the meantime. He'll find a triple kill to close out this game, and it is 2-0 in the tournament finals to Genshin Addicts, as there is nothing that Wolfpack can do anymore.
And